Welcome to the reading room again for another debate dissection. And I wanna say, I am not holding up the aesthetics of this stream compared to Ember. Ember, you look gorgeous. How are you doing?
Why, thank you. I'm okay. I just had a nice day with the kids. We hung out too long, and I had to rush to get myself all pretty. But I don't regret it.
No, absolutely not. It's weird because people, I don't know if I've told you this, people that in palliative care, they did a massive survey over what they missed. Like they're coming to the end of their life, which is sad, but they're sort of what they missed. And it's things like hanging out with the kids, seeing more of your family, seeing more of your friends, seeing, having more time for yourself. Nobody's going to come to the end of their life and say, I wish I worked more, or I wish I did this more. Maybe some people, but for the majority, it's sort of those experiences in life. So that's awesome. I love it.
Hell yeah.
Today, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just hell yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah, absolutely. And I can't remember who I was having a conversation with. I think it was Mark Stoney about how sort of just being present for kids. Like you don't have to be perfect, and a lot of parents think they have to be perfect, and that's not true. Just being good enough is a good parent, and being there, like being present for them, and sort of guiding them. But you don't have to be perfect. It's really cool. But I just got up, so I can't. You've done way more than I have. I totally understand. That's not my fault. It's just when I sleep, and that's cool. So today, this is a formal debate, a very formal debate, a sort of panel discussion, and I wanted to include it. So, how do you feel about Richard Dawkins?
He's got pluses and minuses. He
Yeah.
mostly is, a pretty good biologist and a let's say top tier science communicator most of the time. But there's a
Yes.
couple issues where he lets his own personal feelings interfere with the science, and that causes issues.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, and I think that he's made some pretty ignorant comments later on in his life. So I guess with having him here now, I just want to say I don't endorse all of his stuff, but I do have to point where he has really shaped our understanding of certain things, like the meme, for instance, like what that actually is and how ideas evolve, which is sort of ironic because his ideas on certain things haven't evolved with the way that we've thought about them. So it's kind of a bit weird, but like as a scientist, I respect him. As a person, he said some really ignorant stuff, but at the same time, I think most of the stuff that he said that's ignorant is after he had that huge stroke kind of thing. So did that have anything to do with it? I don't know. It's hard to say, but I just want to make it clear that I don't endorse his position on certain stuff. But yeah, I hope everybody's out there who's doing well. Have you got anything to bring up or anything to sort of go through before we start?
Not in particular. There's an awful lot to cover, and I'm sure we'll have a lot to say as we go.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get this rolling. Look, I'm unprepared as usual. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna suddenly be a professional at this stage in my life. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I cut this down a lot. I got it to about an hour 15. It sort of the questions at the end, I'm not sure how much we want to go. They did a weird question segment. Like it's so weird. They like asked questions to people like multiple times in a row and then handed them to like it wasn't just question, answer, question. Anyway, you'll see. But yeah, well, let's start rolling.
Thank you very much, Joan, for that slightly misleading introduction to someone who may no longer be a socialist, but still vibrates to Marxism. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming.
I love that phrase. No longer is a socialist, but vibrates to Marxism. Just vibe with it. Like, I don't know. How do you feel about Marx, A Communist Manifesto? Do you get into politics much at all, like the political sort of side of things?
Yeah, I'm The fact I
Okay.
exist is a political issue in the States. So
Okay.
yeah, it does come up. As far as
Yeah.
like political
Mm.
economics, um, I read Marx's work many, many years ago back in high school. I seem to recall thinking this would be a wonderful system if only we didn't have to work with humans who would fuck it up.
Yeah. 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 I feel like I feel like communism's kind of a really idyllic kind of position, and I'd love for it to work, but I'd love for humans to be able to fly as well. I don't think it's going to work. It relies too much on people being uncorrupted, and I don't see that happening. Um, every time we've seen it, it's just turned into a lot of people corrupted for their own purposes, their own fulfillment. And, the problem may not even be the system. The problem may just be humans, to be honest with you. We can't,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
act in a way that's not for self-interest kind of thing. But yeah,
Yeah, because they start out, even if you start out with a perfect ideal,
yeah,
everybody's going to get distributed their equal share, and we just
mhm,
need administrators to make sure that gets handled correctly. Then
yeah,
the corrupt people will seek out the positions of power,
yeah,
attain them, and then use them for their own ends. It's
yeah,
not even all human nature. It's as long as there's any corrupt people, they will seek
yeah,
out positions
yeah,
of power and abuse it.
yeah. No, that's a fair point. But like Hitchens said, I do vibe to communism. It's a nice ideal. Maybe one
Yeah.
day when the human race has actually grown up, and like decided to act like adults. Sure.
I think I'll be able to be reasonably terse given the very heavy artillery that follows me on our side. I think it might perhaps have been felt when I was chosen that the case for atheism should not be made by the spokesman for its moderate wing, Richard Dawkins. It might be okay to have at least one extremist on the panel.
And that's kind of true. Dawkins is not he's not in the realm of Hitchens for his sort of anti-theistic rhetoric. He's more of, hey, evolution's true. It doesn't matter what you think about it. It's just a fact. Like, it just happens, which quite correctly. But Hitchens is more tear down all the religions. I think Dawkins' position is closer to mine. Like, just if you're going to do your thing, do it over there. Like, don't bring it into the labs. You want to chant and handle snakes. Do it over there where you're not harming anybody. And I think I'm on board with that. Although, yeah, yeah. I don't know what your position is. Do you take a very strong anti-theistic stance?
Well, it depends. Overall, from a personal perspective, yes, I don't believe there is a way to have a non-harmful belief in something that doesn't exist and is irrational. Um,
Mm,
there are good-hearted religious people, but I contend that they're good-hearted in spite of their religion, not because of it, and that it causes them to do harmful things, even if it's just a matter of wasting every Sunday praying to an invisible, non-existent being when they could be spending that time with their kids or grandkids or helping the homeless or something like that. There's always a
yeah.
cost.
Yeah, well, so pro-social behaviors. I think that, I mean, a religion can be good at promoting pro-social behaviors, like sort of, building communities and stuff, but I don't see why that's the purview of religion. Like, it doesn't need religion to do that, to build communities. Um, yeah, no, I can see that. That's all right. You're probably sort of more anti-religion than me, but I think there's a pragmatism to it. Like, you sort of have to give people their beliefs. Like, if they're going to believe really, nonsense, they're going to believe nonsense. There does seem to be a way to stop them, or else we would have shut down flat Earth ages ago.
Oh yeah, well, Beamsy in the chat just reminded me that he himself is not an atheist, and
Yeah,
there are levels of beliefs that like Beamsy often we forget he's not an atheist because his beliefs are fully compatible with skepticism and science and humanism and so forth. And so it doesn't really come up all that often. Because of that, his beliefs are virtually inert when it comes to a matter of harm or help, you know? And then there's other beliefs where even if you've got a very well-intentioned person, they're going to cause a lot of harm to people around them, like, you know, conversion therapy, for example. So
Oh,
there
yeah,
are
that's
levels.
something.
There's a lot of nuance to it. To just broad brush
Yeah,
everything as it's all horrible is not always helpful.
but there's a difference between like people just going to church on Sunday and really not bothering anybody and conversion. Like there's a wide gap in between the harm being done of wasting a Sunday and conversion therapy, you know, like psychologically scarring people kind of thing.
Yeah, the whole you're broken, you're wicked, you're horrible, you deserve
Yeah.
eternal suffering. Yeah, that fucks up a lot of people.
Damn it, Beamsy.
And I'll begin at once by recalling an exchange I had recently in Colorado Springs with a spokesman of America's evangelical broadcasting wing, a much overrated but nonetheless significant force in American politics. This broadcaster asked me, in response to my own statement of unbelief, he said, "I insist that you answer the following question, and that you answer it with a yes or a no." I braced myself and accepted the challenge unseen.
Sounds like a wind up to a loaded question to me, but never mind.
He said, "You want to imagine yourself in a strange city where you've never been before. You want to imagine nightfall coming on and you to be without friends or succor in this town. And you are to ask yourself whether you would feel safer or less safe when you saw a dozen men coming towards you in the dusk, if you were to know that they had recently come from a prayer meeting." This is I think I can justifiably say I'm relaying to you, comrades, friends, brothers, sisters, the challenge that was put by the religious to me. You'll see at once it's not a yes/no answer. You can't give a yes/no answer to that, but I accept it anyway. I said, very well, I won't give a Sesame Street reply, but just without leaving the letter B.
By the way, this debate, like I didn't even say the debate topic, which is absolutely silly. The debate topic is, would society be better off with religion, with or without religion? I think the actual what was the topic exactly? It was is society better off with religion, without religion? Sorry, without religion. It's on Intelligence Squared, which is a really good channel. Would we be better off without religion? Is the actual proposition. So that's what's up for on the table. I like totally should have mentioned that at the start, but I'm a professional. I mention it halfway through the opening speaker's introduction. That's what I do. That's how we roll. Yeah.
I have been in that situation. In Bombay, in Belfast, in Beirut, in Belgrade, in Baghdad, and many other places too. I won't tell you about all of them, but let me just, as it were, fill in some of those latent blanks. In Belfast, the capital city of one of the provinces of this, our United Kingdom, as everybody here knows, everything, culturally, educationally, economically, politically, socially, has been very gravely retarded for at least a quarter of a century. Excuse me, at least half a century, maybe more since partition, and before that, because partition is both the outcome and the cause of sectarian warfare in this town, by the simple fact that there are people there who are willing to kill not just one another, but one another's children on the basis of what kind of Christian they are. Horrible things are done, not just in pubs and clubs, but on the streets, on housing estates, on university campuses, in that city still, despite the relatively good news we've had today, where the situation remains dominated by barbaric sectarian party leaders. On this and no other basis. Both churches demand that their children are sent to separate schools. They each agree with the other, that above all things, their own children must be protected from the faith of another faith. I don't think I need to elaborate very much more on how horrendous the consequences of that have been, and how they are enshrined, by the way, in our own constitution, which mandates that our own head of the church is also the head of the state.
So the country he's talking about is England, right? So he's not talking about America here. America is supposedly more enlightened than that, but you know, that's really up in the air. Yeah. So he's really talking about the crown, where the head of state is the Queen, but she is also head of the church as well. So a horrendous amount of power flows into that crown, and I am pretty much staunchly anti-royalist. I know it doesn't concern everybody in America, so you know, nearly 100% of my audience, but it does concern me, because that should not be the case, that the head of state is also the head of the armies, head of everything. It's not a good idea. It's a
Yeah,
terrible idea.
but of course, the crux of what Christopher's talking about has to do with the Ireland situation, the partition when
Yes. Yeah.
the Republic of Ireland became independent from the UK. Of course, most of Ireland is still Catholic. Northern Ireland, being settlers from Britain, are Anglican Protestants. And
Yeah.
so the city of Belfast has been off and on a bit of a war zone for decades. It's
Yeah.
been peaceful for a while now, but it's there's jokes about walking through Belfast and having a gun pressed to your back and being asked if you're Catholic or Protestant.
Yeah.
It, it
Yeah.
it's a
Absolutely.
problem. Yeah.
And sort of I don't know if a lot of people, they may not know this, they may not, it got really bad, like bombings in England. The IRA was sort of carrying out basically terrorist attacks. They were
Hmm.
basically a terrorist organization, and doing attacks on people. So yeah, I mean, I grew up in the 90s, Cranberry Zombie, lamenting the war going on. Like, it was a war. It really was a war. So that's essentially what he's talking about, and it was over religion, essentially. I guess it
Well,
was also um, England's role in governing part of Ireland, but a lot of it was to do with religion.
yeah, the religious component can't be ignored, but to say it was about religion just overshadows 400 years of history.
Well,
Um,
that's true. Yeah,
Ireland's been big mad since the first Elizabeth conquered it.
yeah, yeah, that's true. And now you've got a weird situation where Northern Ireland is not in the EU, and the rest of Ireland is in the EU. So the situation's just even weirder now. I think personally, I think Brexit was a horrible. Um, it was horrible. Actually, let's do that. Uh, it was horrible for sort of peace in that area as it is. I mean, poor Scotland. Scotland voted to remain as part of the United Kingdom, and then they wanted to still stay with the EU, but were dragged out of it by the United Kingdom. Just a terrible situation. But
Hmm.
um,
It's a mess.
yeah. Yeah, and the Brexit people, they told so many lies about how, they would be so much better off and get all this money, and they didn't. It was just lies. It was just lies. So yeah,
And of the armed forces, with all the ludicrous Windsor consequences that you get if you found a national church on the family values of Henry VIII. These conditions, which are farcical in England, Wales, and Scotland, are tragic and ugly, only a few minutes flying time from where we sit. If I pass on from Belfast to, say, Baghdad, where I've recently been, and without reopening any of the arguments about the rightness or otherwise of the coalition intervention in Mesopotamia, I think it can be granted by any fair-minded person that what was most needed in Iraq after 30 years of fascism and war was a period of reflection, a short interlude of calm, during which Iraqis could look about themselves and decide perhaps whom they'd like to vote, perhaps what kind of country they'd like to live in, what kind of federal system they might wish to evolve, and to do so unmolested by violence or terror. The parties of God have vetoed every hope of that process. The parties of God now have the Iraqi people in their jaws, and they're saying to them, it's not enough just to kill foreigners or to rail against Jews or Christians or secularists. That's nothing like enough. It's only in Iraq, not only, mainly, chiefly in Iraq, but it's considered perfectly all right, in fact, a religious duty to blow up the mosques, to destroy the religious schools of other Muslims, of the Muslims of another school, not unlike the pattern of Belfast. It's not enough to have faith, you must have the right version of your own faith, or risk death, mutilation, and humiliation. And
yeah. So this was 2007. So Iraq War, and the let's call it very loosely, liberation of Iraq, which quickly turned into a horrible situation. I When did the Iraq War end?
What now?
The Iraq War, it ended 2011. Okay.
I'm not sure if that's it. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure. That timeline doesn't fit.
or
But I mean, the Iraq War started 2003, I believe. Yeah,
yes,
2003. Yeah. So it's quite some time through it. Yeah, I get you. Okay.
the destruction, the immiseration, the torture of Iraqi society is something that all of us can read about every day. Suppose we were to go to Beirut, the pearl of the Levant, the most civilized and beautiful and cultured city of the Middle East, and to see what happens when, for politicized reasons, a sectarian constitution is in place which says that the president of Lebanon must always be a Maronite Christian, that the speaker of its parliament must always be a Shia, that its vice president must always be a Sunni, that the Druze must have their share, and so on, leaving out at the very bottom, I'm afraid, such forces as Kurds and Armenians, by making everyone defined in their citizenship by their faith. Do I need to elaborate what that's done to retard, to bankrupt, to beggar, to disfigure, or to degrade what could have been an ideally plural and diverse and happy society? Remaining with the letter B, shall I say Banja Luka? Shall I say Belgrade? Or just say Bosnia? Again, one of the most civilized enclaves of the Balkans for many years, protected by a secular constitution and the remains of what had been a secular and democratic republic. And just look at what happens when it is decided that it is a matter of faith that determines your citizenship, your allegiance, your identity, your nature, your rights. See the recrudescence in the Europe of the late 20th and early 21st century of Catholic fascist parties we thought we'd left behind at Nuremberg, the Ustasha. The recrudescence of forces like the Chetniks, the Serbian Orthodox, fascists who took exactly the same view except the other way around. See the craven way in which our spineless media, which always defers to people of faith, say that it was Serbs who shelled Sarajevo, or Croats who shelled Mostar, when what they should have been saying was, today the Christian Orthodox militia bombarded an open city around the clock, or yesterday the Catholic forces shelled Mostar from dawn till dusk. They didn't do it because it's a matter of taste. We're supposed to respect people of faith, and we're supposed to respect them while they do that, and do that, and make this sort of excuse. There aren't enough words, in my lexicon at any rate, to express the contempt that I think any right-thinking person must feel for this conscription of this kind of medieval barbarism.
Yeah, and so the faith thing is always skipped over, kind of thing. It always, you know, they're so willing to bring up when an atheist does something, but what about the, you know, sort of, this is something I ran into when talking with somebody, and they were so quick to point out that sort of a trans shooter did this kind of thing. If you remember, I can't remember her name. She was a trans, or his name. There was a mass shooting with a trans person. But they're also a very, very devout Christian. So why aren't we focusing on that? Why aren't we focusing on the guy from Australia who went over and shut up a mosque, who had a right-wing Christo-fascist manifesto? Like, why are we ignoring this? There was a shooter in Norway that had a Christian manifesto, but they don't point to that. You know, these religious idealists coming out and shooting up. They would rather point to other things. Oh, they did this or they did that. They were, you know, part of this group or that group. Why are we omitting the religious group? Hitchens has a point here, that when they produce a manifesto that is religiously based, why do we ignore that?
Politics.
Identity politics.
There's probably a whole mess of reasons. I know here in the United States, we're very keenly aware that most of our mass shooters, virtually all, I think there have been 4 exceptions out of the hundreds that happened last year,
yes,
were like openly, hugely religious zealots, and that was the motive for what they did, even though you can't really say their religion commands them to do that kind of thing. It was their own zealotry that took them off the extremist edge. But how much is religion really to blame for that? Like, I don't think our media is comfortable opining in that general direction because, like, take religion away, you still have a mentally unstable person who isn't able to access healthcare because we live in a post-capitalist dystopian hellscape. It's still a person who may well go on a shooting spree, just needing different reasons. So is religion really to blame for that? It's hard to say.
Yeah. And sort of, so when you have ideologies like this that denigrate and sort of have a reason of, hey, we're better than them, we're superior to them, we are chosen, and therefore they are the ones that have not been chosen. We are superior in some way. Like, most people will not, you know, sort of treat them like that. But I think it gives room for those extremists who do think that way. I think it gives room for that. I think it gives air to that and breathes that, because, in any ideology, you're going to have a wide spectrum of people across it. And if you allow the thinking that those people deserve to die or deserve this punishment, even in an afterlife, I think you're going to get people that from one end of the spectrum that don't really follow those beliefs to some people that will, put them into practice straight away. I think that you will get that spectrum. So I think religion is responsible, at least in part, for that kind of thinking, because it does not promote equality. There is no religion around the world that promotes equality. It necessarily has, well, the people that follow this God are chosen people. They're special in some way. I challenge you to find a religion that's different. Unless, of course, you're talking about secular humanism, which I don't think that's a religion personally. But
I don't think so either, but it does draw principles from some of the better ideas among some of several of the world's traditional religions. I'm thinking, I don't know the name of it specifically, but the religion of the pre-colonization Iroquois people, the Haudenosaunee, they had this general principle that all humans are equal. That's why it was such a complex relationship with the North American colonists, because the Six Nations, they all decided independently. The Oneidas sided with the American Revolution. The Onondagas sided with Britain, and even though they're all part of what was called the Iroquois Confederacy, the Oneidas were at war with the Onondagas during the American Revolution. And the reason that happened is because a central element of their religion was that all humans are equally human and all deserve dignity and respect. So there was no, we're the chosen people, us Haudenosaunee together, versus the white man. That wasn't even part of their calculus at the time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I can get on board with that, but unfortunately, the Christians came and wiped them out.
Yeah, there's not many left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Confederacy and the nation, they definitely wiped out. I mean, the people they still survive the
as a
remnants.
single political entity, I
Yeah.
mean, they're doing what they can. The Oneidas are actually doing relatively well, financially speaking. They benefited from being on the right side of that war.
Joan will tell me when I've got a minute. I don't know whether I'm yet trespassing on my rivals and my allies' time, but if I was to add Bombay to this list, the city that was very nearly ruined by the sectarian partition of India in 1947, 1948, where once again people were told it's a matter of faith what kind of Indian you are. You may have to become a Pakistani for Muslim. You may have to lose your life on the proposition. You may not just be a Hindu. Bombay more or less survived this, the terrifying ethnic cleansing and the pogrom that ensued when the subcontinent was mutilated and maimed and partitioned on this basis in the hopes of a genuine Indian unity and independence, ruined by way of appeasement of people of faith. But Bombay sort of recovered until recently, when now its name has been changed. Its minority citizens persecuted, intimidated, driven out by a new Hindu national.
Okay, so just quickly, and I just want to say, like, Donnie's a guest here, and he's treated me really well on his show. So I want people to give some respect to Donnie. Everyone's welcome here, as long as people aren't proselytizing or preaching and having a conversation. They're very, very welcome. So please do be respectful. Please be nice. I think that we can be nice and not just insult people and stuff. Please don't. I just want to say that. And I actually also called that because Robin has gifted a readership, which I totally missed. So sorry, Robin. And who did hit? I'm so unorganized. Darren Delaney, DD, double D, Darren Delaney. There you go. Robin hits those DDs. I don't know who she was aiming for.
I'm not even an A.
Right. Look, Robin will hit whoever she aims at. I swear. It's actually, yeah. Okay.
nationalist party, the Shiv Sena, that says that again, if you do not follow the right God, if you don't accept the supernatural as a real force in everyday life, you are not worth whatever it takes to become or to remain or be treated as an ordinary, democratic, civilized human being in, again, one of the great cities of Asia.
Yeah, and this is what I'm getting at. Like, there won't be everybody that believes that, even in the most sort of stalwartly fervent religion, but there will be, even in the most gentile and gentle and sort of cordial religion, there will be people that believe that you don't deserve certain rights because you're not part of the religion. And usually they're in the minority. There's people like that in the US. They think that the entire country should be ruled by a theocracy, that in order to have any power in the country, you need to be part of that religion. And furthermore, people that aren't part of that religion should basically be converted into that religion. I've met these people. And I do agree that religions, like, not everybody's part of not everybody who's part of the religion is like that, absolutely, but these religions give them cover. They give them a place to live, a place to breathe. And so for every moderate person out there, or 20 moderate people out there, you have one person who is just a time bomb waiting to go off. And that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's a big part of the issue, because while well, for a more extreme example to make the situation more clear, I like to think of what's been going on in Nigeria, where the extremist Muslims just rampage and kill a bunch of the Christians. It's sort of a Christmas tradition now in Nigeria, and even though constitutionally they have a secular government, the army tends to be more moderate Muslims. So because it's Muslims doing it, they look the other way. Even though
Yeah.
they themselves wouldn't do that, they're allowing this extremism to run rampant because they're on the same team. So
Yep.
we see a similar thing in the US, where the more moderate people provide a smoke screen to make it
Yep.
possible for the extremists to be extremists.
And they kind of give them sort of I guess this, by association, they give them this respect that they don't deserve, like the prosperity gospel preachers, right? They sort of get this, oh well, your charities and stuff, they don't deserve that title. They don't deserve to not pay any taxes. They're not doing anything like a like a your sort of mainstream Protestant church down the road is doing to give clothes to the, because I'm not going to pretend that churches don't help in certain social problems. Like, they do help the homeless, they do give food to people, and I'm all for that. The problem is that that they kind of want them to listen to a sermon and stuff to be able to get that, which is a problem. And B, they give cover for the prosperity gospel, who's not doing anything to really help. In fact, when there's a hurricane, some of them closed up doors and didn't let anybody in. It's absolutely shocking, and they give that. What am I trying to say? That cover of legitimacy to those other churches as being good for the community. They're not. They're not. They're preaching greed, and they're preaching to get whatever you can, and that justifies the ends to your means. And even other Christians agree with that. But because our government and this is my government as well as Amber's government, just see all religions as the same, you get stuff like this. You get stuff like Scientology. You get stuff like these horrible religions out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues, but
Yeah.
well, I'm thinking of the Westboro Baptist Church, the people who go and protest at the funerals of war veterans because they're mad about gay people existing. And, you know, people look at them and they say that's horrible behavior. That's not Christ-like behavior in any way.
Yeah.
But at least they're Christian, and the gay people are even worse because they're not,
Yeah.
even though there's a lot of gay Christians. But never mind reality, where you have to justify the hate and the bigotry instead of pulling out the people who are a problem.
Yeah. And that's why I always appreciate when Christians do call out that behavior, because they have to, in order to like, because it too often you say, hey, that's bigotry and intolerance, and you're like, well, they're just like, oh, well, you're atheist, you just criticize all religions. And it's like, well, yeah, I do criticize religion, but that doesn't make it not bigotry and not hate speech kind of thing. So I do appreciate when Christians speak out against bigotry and hate speech, because it gives more credence to the objections that society in general has with this kind of thing. So I do appreciate that.
Now, it's not part of my case, and I'm sure it's not part of Professor Grayling's or Professor Dawkins' either, to say that religion is the reason for all of this, or the exclusive or sole reason for all of it. I think it would be crudely reductionist to say that. But who is going to argue, I'll be fascinated to see, who is going to argue that the matter of faith, the religious allegiance, that the preachings of religion have not in all these cases gravely exacerbated, gravely deepened, gravely poisoned and prolonged all of these things that have made our tenuous civilization extremely difficult to defend, uphold, maintain, let alone to advance? I don't believe this case could be made. That's for a simple reason, because religion is not provided to us by revelation. It doesn't come from the heavens. It doesn't come from the beyond. It doesn't come from the divine.
There's no reason to think that it comes from any kind of, omniscient source. Religions are that bad, and they constantly make mistakes. If they had some kind of divine guidance, why do they keep making such horrendous mistakes?
And why can't I'm thinking of a thing that came up earlier today. Today's regular video was J. Warner Wallace trying to prove Noah's Ark, whatever. And some of the factually inaccurate things in the Bible that he called on to try to prove the Bible was the most accurate source, it makes me shake my head. But one thing that I brought up in that video was, if I said to Jim Wallace, well, the Muslims claim that Muhammad split the moon, well, Jay would say that, well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But he's making the same caliber of claims, and that's sort of the thing, is all these divinely dictated religions make ridiculous claims that are demonstrably, obviously false.
Yeah.
And it's not just the fact that Christianity says things that we know are false, that we have no reason to believe, but we also know are factually not true.
Yeah.
It's that all of them make claims like that. If anything were divinely inspired, it would be really obvious.
Yeah. And it makes me laugh sometimes, because it's like, Christians are like, oh, Muhammad split the moon, how ridiculous. Now let me tell you about this global flood kind of thing. Like, let me tell you about the Earth being 6,000 years old. It's like,
here come the talking donkeys.
Right. It's sort of like your lack of self-awareness is stunning. When we absolutely know for sure that the Earth is not 6,000 years old. We absolutely know for sure there was no global flood. We know that for sure. It's absolutely ludicrous. But they'll be the first to criticize when a Muslim's saying, "Oh, well, you don't know for sure that Muhammad didn't split the Earth in half. There's cracks on the moon." And it's like, they're like, oh, that's ridiculous. Now the global flood, that definitely, it's like, you're doing the same thing. You're just so unaware that you're doing the same thing. It's just, it's ridiculous.
Man-made. And it shows. It shows very well that religion is created, invented, imposed by a species half a chromosome away from the chimpanzee. It shows, doesn't it? Well, why do we deceive ourselves on this point? Is there anywhere, I'm now going to wind up, is there anywhere of the places I've mentioned, and I exempt Basra and all the other bees I could take you around, where it wouldn't be enormously welcome if there was a mass conversion to secularism, or a mass adoption of the secular idea and principle, the principles of Bertrand Russell, who once spoke famously from this platform, of Thomas Paine, of Thomas Jefferson, of Voltaire, and others. And
there's some big names in there, people that have contributed. Now, I'll add John Rawls as well, and the people that have contributed to Thomas Jefferson's contribution to the Constitution. It cannot be understated how sort of the freedom from religion was baked into that Constitution, because it caused nothing but strife. Do Do you think America would have been the same if they didn't, if they basically had a religious government, like the purists were in charge, right?
No. It's pretty clear, both in Jefferson's time and in the present day, that if there were a theocracy, whichever denomination ended up in charge would immediately start an inquisition and purge all the heretic versions of Christianity.
Yeah.
It'd
would be a
Salem witch
constant
trials.
Yeah, it would be a tyrannical government that would impose their religion on other people. This is what we've always seen, the imposition of that religion on others. And make no mistake, it may not be the majority of Christians that want to do that, but there is a significant amount of them that want to impose their religion on others.
Mm-hmm.
And there always will be, as long as you have religion, because like I said, there'll be a spectrum of people from the benign to the malignant. And, we're really talking about the malignant right here. And there's enough of them to be concerned and to say, hey, you don't get to have your toy if you're going to be using it for nefarious purposes. We're going to take it away from you because you can't handle that. It's ridiculous.
I'll close by saying that I want you to be on your guard against two false issues in this respect, and I'll be very brief. When I mentioned those gentlemen, and I could mention some ladies too in this connection, I know those. Don't let anyone tell you that, oh, well, secular tyranny is just as bad. After all, there's been fascist and communist dictatorships which have been just as revolting. Fascism, as you know, was supported by the Catholic Church all through its life, and in fact, till after it had died, it still is defended by it. One of the leaders of the Axis was actually the Japanese leader, was actually a god. There's no way of saying fascism and National Socialism when the Axis was secular. And in the case of Stalinism and Maoism and the Khmer Rouge, the same mistake is made, and a religion is made out of man. It's the religious impulse itself that I think we need to oppose, to criticize in ourselves as well as in others. The argument from faith, in other words, the argument from certainty. So those of us who maintain this may not be described, my closing point, as fundamentalists or secularists, as certain cheap and demagogic and opportunist forces have recently been suggesting. We do believe in evidence, we do believe in skepticism, we do believe in reason. We hold our views with as much conviction and principle as any God botherer does. But we are open to the argument, and we're going to prove it tonight to you. And don't let anyone dare to imply there's a moral equivalence between us and the fanatics and the fools and those who think they know God's will and can tell you what it is, who are our enemies, and your enemies too. So I beg to propose the motion that stands in our name. Thank you.
Oh,
Yay!
Yeah, and this is the thing, and this is something I really want to point out. Like, people go, well, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in anything. Incorrect. Absolutely demonstrably untrue.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely demonstrably untrue. And there's graves of atheist soldiers right beside the religious ones. People will stand up and fight for ideologies that are not based upon a God. That is demonstrable. And we believe just as sincerely as anybody else. We believe that just as sincerely as anybody else. So make no mistake, like anybody saying, hey, well, you don't believe in anything, there's plenty of ideals that I believe in, that I believe will help the world. So don't even go there. It just annoys me. It really does, when people are sort of like, I have a sincere belief in all of these things. Secular humanism can help, and the principles of morality and all of these different things. And people go, well, you don't believe in anything.
No, we believe in real things like science and bodily autonomy and, compassion, helping other people wherever possible.
Yeah.
We have a lot of beliefs.
So this is Spivey. What's his name? I don't want to misrepresent the man. So this is Nigel Spivey, who is a classicist, I believe. So he studies classical civilizations kind of thing.
Yes.
I'm not even sure who he is. He's definitely an academic, worthy of respect. But we'll see what he's got to say. I didn't really look up who he was, but that's okay. That's all right. I'll let him speak for himself.
The proposer of the motion began by saying he was putting the case for atheism. And with respect, Christopher, I'm going to start by saying this isn't a debate about the existence of God. It's a debate about us mortals, the crooked.
I don't think he presented a case for the existence of God. I think he presented the ills levied upon societies for the belief in the existence of God. I mean, did you really? I mean, whether God exists or not, the fact that there is people doing harm, in Basra, in Beirut, in all of these places, that is a real problem. Did he actually address the existence of God at all?
No, not a single argument was, well, if God were real, we should see X. It was all
Right.
stuff like, this is what believers are doing in the name of their faith.
I guess he did dip into that when he sort of said, "Oh, well, this does not seem like a religion born of a god. It seems like a religion, from people one chromosome away from chimpanzees." Yeah, I guess he touched on it, but I think that's a bit unwarranted. As sort of was it wasn't the thrust of his arguments. I think the thrust of his arguments is anywhere religion takes over and has any degree of power, bad things happen. Bad things happen. And I think that was the main thrust of his introduction.
But conversely, I think Spivey here is he's preparing to set up a straw man, perhaps.
Maybe.
He's mischaracterizing what Christopher said so that he can build a case based on that.
Perhaps. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's just a bit baffling because we just heard that speech and it didn't really say that. I don't know.
Of humanity and how the practice of religion in general affects us. Karl Marx famously described religion as an opiate. Jonathan Miller thinks it's more of an amphetamine, gets people overexcited. And my own meager religious experience disposes me to think of it as a sort of anesthetic, by which I mean that when I am in situations of feeling lonely, sad, or frightened, I find myself crooning hymns that really relate to the place where we are. They're mostly Wesleyan hymns, but anything really that has the sentiment of Psalm 23 and helps one whistle and sing through the valleys of fear and death. But
I kind of think that the religion drug has different effects on different people, to be honest with you. I think that some it does act like an opiate. Some it does act like, I'm not heard act like an amphetamine, but I can kind of see where they're coming from. Some people get really charged up on their religion, when they're on the God bus, it's like the movie Speed. It's like, don't slow down or you're going to blow up. Like, seriously.
Yeah, well, I think he's going for how it makes people feel is one of the benefits of religion, as if that were the only way to create those kinds of feelings. Like, he's talking about his own personal contentment, how he can ponder the Wesleyan Psalms and such and find inner peace. Well, you could also meditate,
Yeah. I struggle with anxiety sometimes. I do. Really, what he's talking about is kind of mindfulness. That's all he's talking about. It's a very, very well understood thing in psychology. It's basically stopping yourself from having certain thoughts by using mind techniques, kind of thing. That's all it is. I don't see anything mystical about it, spiritual about it. But he's sort of saying, hey, it gives me these tools. But yes, it might not give everybody those tools. That's the problem. And does it do irreparable harm, I guess? But yeah, he's really talking about mindfulness. There's a few breathing techniques you can do. There's sort of grounding your senses you can do. There's a lot of sort of techniques you can use. Like you said, meditation's one. Absolutely.
It seems to me that he's making a case sort of like a drug manufacturer. Well, yes, it's true. The side effects include high risk of stroke, chance of death, nausea, vomiting, hair loss, and puppies will pee on your leg. But it cures leg itching, Like, oh, well, it does one good thing. Cool. We should keep it around then.
But it doesn't. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't think it does. Like, is it just a placebo effect? Because you can get the same effect without the religion drug. That's the point. You know, so if we use it in a control and then don't use the religion drug and just use mindfulness and psychological techniques to do the same thing, which probably work way better because they are founded upon, you know, what works. You know, like religion hasn't gone through trials of saying, hey, does this actually work?
Well, it sort of has. There have been studies on the efficacy of prayer, for example, that found that it's less effective than placebo. Insofar as when people know they've been prayed for, they tend to have worse outcomes somehow. Possibly because they stop trying because they assume God is going to fix things. Who's to say why? But the statistical analysis shows that when you pray for people versus when you let the doctors handle it, prayer actually makes things worse.
Yeah. So I don't think it would stand up in a study, but yeah.
I'm not here to testify as a somewhat lapsed Methodist, but instead to deliver such academic expertise as I have to offer on this topic. It's brief, has to be brief, but in my view, it is so compelling that when we arrive at the conclusion in 6 minutes' time, I'm half afraid that everyone will walk out. And I'd like you to promise not to do that. Otherwise, this will be an embarrassment to the organisers and to ourselves.
Why would they walk out?
Well, he is in England, so maybe there's a high percentage of atheists in the audience. England's basically an atheist nation, like seriously.
Yeah. Many modern Anglicans are, they're technically Christians, nominally Christians, but they're mostly just kind of, you know, vibing, whatever. But it's weird that he'd phrase it that either I'm not clear whether he thinks his argument is so bad it'll cause people to walk out, or if he thinks his argument is so solid it'll just end the debate.
That's what I'm getting. It's a weird comment to make in a debate. Yeah, it's like, especially an academic debate, you don't usually start by saying, hey, I'm going to say something so compelling everyone's going to walk out. If it's so compelling, why are they walking out? I don't.
I'm going to be right back. I have to turn off this heater. It's getting kind of
yeah,
silly
sure.
So yeah, I'll be right.
Yeah, so yeah, let's be nice to Ember. Let's be nice to the guests in the audience. But yeah, how y'all doing? I think that if somebody, like, I always view in a debate myself that you know, sort of when people start talking about destroying them or having the most compelling arguments, I've been nothing but disappointed. Like they always sort of put down this, oh well, my arguments are amazing, and then you hear the most tired stuff from them. You know, somebody with amazing arguments doesn't have to tell you how amazing they are. They will just make them and let them stand. So, you know, I don't know about this. Maybe he does, but now he's raised my expectations. Right now, I'm expecting to hear the most compelling thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
It'd be fun.
I'm going to talk about archaeology and anthropology and start with the news from archaeology, the long-term view. As far as we can tell, the species of Homo sapiens roamed the world for thousands of years before becoming as a...
Oh, better not tell the Yerfers. Better not tell the Yerfers that. They'll be very upset. Very upset.
Were religious. Something radical happened in our minds, our cognitive systems, about 40,000 years ago. We started to make things.
Oh, Yerf has gone crazy. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, there are almost no Christians that think that the humans haven't been around for 40,000 years. Sorry, it's just the facts. You know, like there's nothing we can do about it. but it's kind of funny watching them squirm when, you know, other Christians are saying what is fact. Sorry.
For the sake of beauty, not utility. We started painting pictures, carving sculptures, we started using symbols, and that probably included talking to each other, making music, painting our bodies, and so on. This is referred to by archaeologists as the creative explosion, and it's a consensus that there's this kind of grand collective takeoff of our human capacities in the Stone Age, or the Upper Paleolithic to be precise. And one aspect here I think I ought to highlight, which is that one of the features that appears at this time, 40,000 years ago, is that humans start burying each other properly. And they start with these burials to put down flowers, gifts, and other signs of what we take to be some kind of succor or consolation, and possibly a belief in an afterlife. There is some debate about whether our doomed rivals, the Neanderthals, had these sensibilities, but the consensus is that Homo sapiens is a species uniquely hardwired for metaphysics. I've written about this in an understated book called How Art Made the World, and I'm not going to go on any more about it. But there's archaeological evidence for the genesis of art, religion, and culture in the creative development of Homo sapiens is not easily discounted. And it sets up an evolutionary pattern. It explains why, I think, when John Lennon or Richard Dawkins asks us to imagine a world without religion, you find your mind wandering, and you're wondering what a world would look like without King's College Chapel, without the Taj Mahal, without Hagia Sophia, the Blue Mosque, the Parthenon, the Pantheon, the system.
Wait on a second. Yeah, I mean, some of those buildings are religious, sure. I mean, most of them are religious, but I thought the Taj Mahal was built as a wedding gift to somebody. It was built as a declaration of love to somebody, I believe. I mean, let me check that.
Yeah, yeah, it was
I
the
don't think that
prince
was
of the area. The
Right.
architecture was inspired by other existing buildings, which in turn were inspired by Muslim culture, or Hindu
Yeah.
culture. Well, by culture, which in turn was influenced by religion, but that doesn't mean the architecture is because of the religion.
Right.
Similarly, a lot of those other things that he's stated. I mean, for one thing, the Parthenon is a very non-Christian religion, so he's arguing that all religions are good, which is kind of antithetical to his own religious beliefs.
Yeah.
But also the Parthenon comes from a period before this concept of monotheistic, all-powerful creator god type gods. This was back when
Correct. Yes.
it was basically just animism. It was the personification of forces of nature. And that's not the same thing, because people saying, oh, well, lightning is when Zeus is hurling a thunderbolt crafted by Vulcan is very different from this burning bush told me I have to kill you and your entire family, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, so the Parthenon was the Taj Mahal was made as a tomb kind of thing. So I think he's claiming all tombs and what's the word I'm looking for? Memorials kind of thing under the banner of religion. I think that's what he's doing. So he's saying, hey, if it's a memorial to somebody in death, then it's religious. And I don't think that's the case. I don't think you can imagine a world without religion in the past. Let's see. All right, Praise. That's yeah, you're going in the bin. Yeah, I'm gonna extend it. Yeah, that's not cool, man. Like, seriously. I don't make those kind of insults on your channel, and I won't. Yeah, no, do another one of that and I will ban you. The ban hammer will be coming out. So yeah.
Hammer time.
Hammer time. Yeah, I'm not gonna stand for that absolute nonsense. Okay,
Oh,
fantastic.
it's kind of an accidental ally thing.
Just bigotry and chat won't be tolerated. You know it won't be tolerated. So I don't know why you're trying it on. It's bigoted, ignorant, and quite frankly shows your lack of understanding of the world. So get over this horrible idea that you're somehow special, and understand that other people have opinions too. Don't insult people. That's absolutely crass. But yeah, moving on from disgusting people. Yeah, what we're talking about? Oh, the Taj Mahal. Yeah, so all memorials are suddenly religious. No, that's not true. We put up memorials for all kinds of things. It's to remember certain events and remember certain people. You can't just claim it under the banner of religion. Like, but they try to claim everything under the banner of religion. They try to say that education is religious. No, just because they're like the world was converted to religion and then education systems came about doesn't mean they're religious. It just means everybody was religious at that point. Education systems have been formed without religion. So have monuments, so has art, so has literature. I mean, stop trying to claim everything as being a product of religion just because a few hundred years ago, everybody was religious and people did stuff. People will do stuff without religion. This is not the compelling argument that I was expecting. I feel disappointed and cheated.
Especially add into the fact that being religious was, at least in Europe, compulsory, because even if you were a Christian and you deviated too much from the accepted notions of things, burned at the stake.
Yeah, ask the Cathars what happens. Oh, you can't. They were wiped out.
Oops.
Yeah.
Christine Chuckle. Venice I've got down here. I think just about all of Venice qualifies. Do
you think Michelangelo, this is the problem. You're going, hey, the Sistine Chapel exists. It's amazing. It's an incredible piece of art. Yes. The reason why it exists is because religions had all the money. They had ridiculous amounts of money. They were they weren't just the richest. They were the elite rich of that time. And they could afford to, like Michelangelo did it for money.
Yeah, artists like to eat now and then, and sometimes pay rent. It's weird. Who would have thought?
I'll tell you this, but Michelangelo was paid by somebody else. He still would have done amazing art.
Exactly. We see artists today. You can find an artist on the internet. You can send them some money and ask them to make a Sistine Chapel, but with the flying spaghetti monster. And lo and behold, that's on the internet somewhere because someone did that.
Mm-hmm. Which I love that picture. I really do.
Mm-hmm. And you become aware that even while Nietzsche in the 1880s was declaring that God was dead, at the same time you've got Van Gogh manically daubing away out of religious fervor, and a little later on that you find.
Was Van Gogh even religious? That
never
comes up.
I mean, I presume I have no idea. It was Dutch, wasn't he? I mean,
Van Gogh was a successful missionary with Belgian miners. The church authorities rejected him upon receiving the formal report that he lived like a poor person. Upon rejection by the church, Van Gogh quit as a missionary. So apparently he was a Christian, but like independent kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. But there's been atheist painters as well. That this is a thing. Like you can't just say, hey, Van Gogh was daubing away because he believed in God. Therefore, his art is derived from a God or from a belief in God. Because how do you explain the atheist artists out there? How do you explain, the Hemingways and those people? How do you explain this? I don't know. This is weird. This is sort of, hey, there's been religious artists, therefore religion is good.
Right, but then you come to the issue of the nature of religion again, because if he's claiming that religion inspires people, that implies there's something behind the religion that's granting the inspiration, like an angel whispers in your ear or what have you. But we have not only Christian art, we have Muslim art. Some of the greatest works in history came from the golden age of Islam, the tales of Shahrazad, some of the most beautiful music you'll ever hear. The concept of the numeral 0. There were some pretty great inspirations in Islam, which by his reckoning means not only is religion a good thing, because those came out of in the Islamic world, but that Islam is true because it's causing inspiration, which means there's a real divinity behind it. And then you have a conflict, because if Christian inspiration is caused by a real divinity and Islamic inspiration is caused by a real divinity, then what do you do with that? We have one true gods who are slightly different from each other, or humans screwed it up. God can inspire you, but not clear up the discrepancies between these two tales. It gets very, very complicated very, very quickly if you follow the entailments.
Yeah.
Kandinsky more coolly explaining why this nexus of art, music, and spirituality made such an essential and indissoluble alliance for our quest for transcendental satisfaction. And that's why, when I master Imagine a World Without Religion, it does tend to end up looking like, dare I say, a suburb of Swindon, with the only spire that pierces the sky is the Tesco's clock. Well, we've got a few minutes for the anthropology.
What?
Local humor. Apparently there's a suburb or something that's very industrialized.
Okay. Well, I mean,
there's no church steeples poking up. It's smokestacks or something like that.
Okay.
Here as well. Once upon a time, there was a classics don at Cambridge who sat in his study, and he compiled a voluminous series of case studies gathered from around the colonized world about how pre-industrial societies kept up peculiar and primitive practices. So they cowered when the thunder started rolling, they danced for rain, they would copulate in the fields to ensure a good harvest, and so on. It's a literary masterpiece, this work by J.G. Fraser, The Golden Bough, subtitled A Study in Magic and Religion. And in Fraser's words, it set out to chart the long march, the slow and toilsome ascent of humanity.
The Golden Bough, I thought Christianity hated that book. I thought it was like witchcraft and stuff. They really hated the Golden Bough.
It's Christianity may, although he being a professor of art and so forth, he may have a broader view. But yeah, modern Wicca, neo-paganism, has taken it as kind of like almost a biblical kind of thing, even though very, very few neo-pagans have actually read it. They're just broadly familiar with it. I think it was Oberon Zell that popularized it in the community, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah. So they thought that invited a treating of the resurrection of Jesus as a relic of pagan religion. So it kind of argued that sort of the Jesus story was sort of just a retelling of these sort of pagan stories kind of thing, which may very well be true, to be honest with you. Like, you know, that might actually be true. But so he's using, okay, sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't detract from his point, right? It doesn't detract from, I don't know why he's referencing it, because he's a Christian. I don't know. Maybe it's because he's a lapsed Methodist. I don't know.
It is curious. It may be because he's trying to show how worldly he is. He's aware of, all these other things, the Parthenon and the Golden Bough, and so I don't know.
Well, I think it's got a lot to say. Like the Golden Bough has a lot to say about things, like sort of the development of religion and development. So maybe he's just sort of using it as that. I don't know. Let's find out.
Humanity, from savagery to civilization. Beautifully written, but it's all tosh, and most anthropologists would say so today.
Oh, there you go. Beautifully written, but it's all tosh. Okay, so he's bringing it up to sort of say, hey, it's wrong. I was wondering where he was going with this. Like, seriously.
In fact, it was not an anthropologist, but another Cambridge individual, Ludwig Wittgenstein, who made some remarks, offhand as it seems, about Fraser's Golden Bough, and pointed out that Fraser's method was fundamentally mistaken. Fraser supposed that savages, these so-called savages, made their sacrifice to graven idols, or they danced for rain, out of ignorance and superstition. But as Wittgenstein argued, the essence of ritual is performance, it's expressive. It's something that you can't gloss with a reasonable explanation. In Wittgenstein's words, we can only...
He's on a hell of a tangent. I'm like,
I
what?
know.
We can argue the pluses and minuses, the merits of late Neolithic ritual practices, whether they thought there was any magic in them or it was just a community event like a square dance or something. But none of that has anything to do with the point of the debate.
Yes. Like, we're not talking about whether it was necessary or good for a Neolithic civilization that wanted rains to come or wanted fields to be sown or wanted, cows to copulate. We're talking about whether it's good for society now. Like, that's...
Yeah, it's very much like the neo-pagan practices, to go back to that since we were just on it. Like the Festival of Beltane, or May Day as it's called in more colloquially. Is that a ritual that people do in order to cause the crops to be fertile, or is it because it's time to plant the crops that they have the festival,
Yeah. But, he kind of just saying, hey, it's artistic, therefore art comes from religion. That's what is it? It's kind of, he's got the cart before the horse there. He's kind of saying, hey, I think that humans are expressive and artistic anyway, and they just did these rituals because they wanted certain things to happen, and the expressiveness of, like, I think he's sort of just just saying, hey, art is expressive, therefore expressiveness comes from art. No. Humans are just expressive, and it comes out in all kinds of things.
Yeah, humans are creative. We tell stories. I mean, hell, the idea of culture itself is the creation of an overarching narrative. Where do we come from? Why are things the way they are? What is our destiny? What is our purpose in life? All of these things. It's all storytelling. Yep. Naturally, creative, artistic, expressive beings like humans are going to concoct mythologies based on questions like that, some of which turn into religions.
Only describe and say, human life is like this. Have I got time for an analogy? 1 minute. Probably not time for the analogy. I was going to tell you about the risks of attempting to react violently to a computer when it does something stupid, which is based on the analogy that Wittgenstein gives of hitting the ground when you're angry. It's not because you think you're going to hurt the ground, it's because you want a release of rage. I will just briefly, incidentally, say that it is a...
I'm not going to do this analogy, but I'm going to do the analogy. That this is weird. Do people do that? Do people hit the ground? I don't see how this ties into people having religious ceremonies that are, people need to express their emotions. Probably hitting the ground is a sort of unhealthy way to do that. But yeah, people want to express their emotions. I don't get what that's got to do with religion. People will express their emotions without religion. I personally make very, very funny thumbnails to express my emotions. But, people have different ways they do it. I don't...
I'm kind of thinking of when people have frustration articulating an idea and the wrong word comes out, sometimes they'll hit the table. It's not because they think they can hurt the table. It's because they need to get that frustration out, and that's a quick way to express it and be done with it, kind of thing.
Yeah, expressing. Yeah.
But yeah, that doesn't have a whole lot to do with religion unless you want to try to make the case that the, extermination of the Canaanites was because Moses had a fit of rage that he needed to vent out or something. I don't know. It's very odd.
And what does it got to do with religion? I think that people would be expressing their frustrations with the world in some way without religion. Like, I mean, it seems like he's making the argument that you know, without religion, we're just a block of wood that won't express anything. Now, what are you talking about? I don't understand this argument.
Very bad idea to hit a laptop. William James, the American psychologist, showed a century ago that there is no logical connection to be made between the fact that our ancient ancestors made errors of scientific reasoning, mixed them up with their religion, and the conclusion that all religion is a big mistake. Logically, that just does not work.
He never said all religion is a big mistake. He said that all religions have bad things about, yeah, like all religion is a big mistake. I think he's really doing a straw man. I think you're right. I think that's the straw man that we're saying. Yeah, I don't know.
It's very badly worded and confusing when you try to get to the heart of it. Like, is he mischaracterizing that since the religions we're aware of have factual deficiencies, there must be a mistake in giving rise to them, therefore all religions are a big mistake? Like,
right.
Which angle is he trying to build that straw man from? It's very strange.
Yeah, I don't get how it turns into, is it good or bad for society? Like, you can have a mistake that might actually be good for society. I will point to, for instance, the invention of Wi-Fi. It was a mistake. It was just an accident. They just stumbled across it. Like, there's been plenty of things found by mistake. It doesn't mean that it's bad for society. That can be quite good for society, in fact. I don't understand. He's building a wicker man? Not the bees. Not the bees.
If I had another hour here, I'd like to expatiate on the extraordinary phenomenon of how one religion over...
If you had another hour, you're not making sense now. Like, come on, dude. Like, not another hour of this, please. Please.
Perhaps with another, and how especially the persistence of sacred behavior from the pagan to the classical world is something, you know, the yew trees in the churches, the roots of the cult of the Virgin in antiquity, and so on. But I'm going to end up by saying that around the world, whatever we say here tonight, around the world, the sea of faith rolls on. It rolls on because faith is not some kind of atavistic relapse, but part of our creative and ingenious nature. It's a force by which we humans survive. And the conclusion is that this fact is attested archaeologically, anthropologically, psychologically, and, I dare say, neurologically. And the conclusion would be that for the next hour or so, can I tell you this? In a sense, we are wasting our time debating that we'd be better off without religion. It's not an option. Religion is part of our human makeup.
Oh, it is an option. It's definitely becoming an option for individuals, sir. I don't think you've seen, like, this guy's like, oh, well, I'm going to call the way the wind is blowing. Yeah, a weather vane you are not. A weather vane you are not.
Yeah, he's sharing the stage with 3 other humans, real people who are actually there in his presence, who demonstrate that religion is not a facet of human nature. You do not have to have religion to be a human. Being a human does not cause you to have religion. That's, yeah. It's mind-blowing that he's saying something that's obviously false feet away from the negation of his point.
But he's basically saying, hey, this is not for debate because we don't have to have it. That's the whole point. Like, that's the point of the debate. He's kind of like, well, I don't have to argue this because I've won already.
Yeah,
it
doesn't matter what we decide because, you know. I mean, if he'd phrased it a little bit differently, he almost would have a valid point. Like, no matter what we decide here tonight, there are still going to be religious people.
Right.
But that's not really, like, we're not discussing if we decide this, all of humanity will go along with us. When has that ever been true about any subject ever, you know?
Right. Because that's not what upset. We're not saying how do we remove it from society. We're saying, is it good or bad for society? I mean, we can decide that cancer is bad for society. We could decide that motocross is bad for society, and there may be no way to get rid of it. That's not the thing that we're arguing about right now. We can sort of say, hey, drugs are bad for society, even though we can't remove them completely. Like, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like cigarettes are bad for society. Well, it's bad for the humans who make up society. And yet, even though that's definitely been decided, you can't just wave a hand and make cigarettes go away. There's still smokers. There's still,
Well, I think it
people
is
like
bad
me who
for
are struggling
society.
to quit.
Yeah, but I think it is bad for society, and don't make no apologies for that, Ember. If you vape and that's good, and you're trying to quit, I know how hard it can be. Don't ever apologize for that, and I will not brook any kind of nonsense like, well, you're vaping. Well, yeah, they're trying to quit. They're trying to do the right thing. You ass.
Yeah, we're making progress, down to 1.8%. Next week I'm gonna
Well
do
done.
the next step. Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll get there.
but yeah, and that's the whole point. Like, but I must say, New Zealand is actually doing something to get rid of cigarettes completely, which is fantastic kind of thing, right? So, just because we're unable to do anything about religion now doesn't mean that we won't be able to in the future. And it may be the case that there's always going to be religious people around, even though the world is turning more secular. The nuns, the no religion, are serious. They're taking over the world essentially. There's the only places that religion is growing is in less educated countries, and as their education grows, religion goes down. That's basically how it works. As people get more educated, belief in religion drops. Because once you get educated, you can't believe that story about the talking snake anymore. That's just the way it is. And I don't mean that individually, but on the whole kind of thing. So yeah, but I just wanted to point out, just because we can't get rid of something doesn't mean we can't acknowledge it's bad for society. This is a terrible point. This is a terrible point. Oh, Peter, don't chew. That's terrible. Yeah, no. Yeah, congratulations. That's really good, Peter. That's awesome.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
well
my
done.
goal too, is to eventually not need the vape at all and just be completely past all of it.
Yeah. Oh, look, I went straight from cigarettes to cold turkey to not smoking, and that was hard as it was rough. Like I have nothing but respect for people that quit.
It's going to be a very interesting time that we spend, but essentially it's not a topic for debate. It's the way that we are.
Yeah, but so his argument isn't, well, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's just that's the way we are.
So he basically, to me, that smells like a concession. Like, well, I don't really have an argument for why we're better off with religion, but we have it, so meh.
It's not that we're better off. You've just got no choice. that's so I understand his start now, right? It's going to be so compelling, half of you will walk out, kind of thing. So basically, his entire strategy is saying, tough. It doesn't matter what you think. When we're here, there's nothing you can do about us. I think that's his thing. I mean, I'm obviously sort of reinterpreting what he's saying, but that's essentially it. And I think that's why he was alluding to making people upset, kind of thing. But that's not what the debate's about, and that won't win you the debate. All you'll convince people of using that is that religion may be a evil that we can't get rid of.
Yeah, it's very, what was he hoping to accomplish? Like, he's like, oh, all these people are going to walk out, but you just abrogated your entire chance to make a point.
And he's the primary speaker. That's the shocking part. He's the primary speaker and basically said, well, it could be bad, it could be good, but we got to live with it.
Not a good start.
Not a good start. No. But yeah, but I have been convinced by that second speaker that religion's like a hemorrhoid. It's terrible, but you can't do anything about it. So Just got to live with it.
But we can do things about hemorrhoids, though. We have
I don't know. I've never
antibiotics,
had a
and we have-
hemorrhoid, so I don't know. All right, I'm sorry. I should have chosen something else. We need a. What do you do for hemorrhoids in the suppository? Have I got that wrong?
A hemorrhoid is basically an infection. Sometimes it's a ruptured blood vessel in that area.
Yeah, gotcha.
But yeah, antibiotics or lancing the boils or just like keeping it clean, and usually it will go away in a few days. Sometimes it's a bit more severe and it requires like a very minor surgery, but yeah, it's an integrated pest management. There's escalating levels of ways of dealing with it, but there are ways to deal with it.
Okay. Well, we need apparently, according to Tyler, we need a heated car seat for religion is what we need, because that's great for hemorrhoids. So
couldn't hurt.
I do not believe that religion is the root of all evil. Thank you, Channel 4.
Channel 4's like, I think that's their commercial station kind of thing. And I think he got a bit of a, he was the anti-religious guy on it for quite some time.
It could be. I'm not familiar with UK broadcasting. He is much louder than the previous speaker.
Okay, I can turn it down. I boosted the volume on this.
Oh, it's fine. It just shocked me how, I was straining to listen to the last guy, and now Dawkins is like, "Hello, everyone."
All right, well, let me.
Religion is the root of quite a lot of evil, but that didn't make for a very catchy title. I just want to briefly reply to...
I think he's alluding to his book. Didn't he write a book that's like religion is the root of all evil?
It could have been one of his themes. I don't think he ever went with a title like that, though. But some of his titles are a little bit provocative. It's interesting. Although I'm also thinking of my own challenge based on Hitchens' challenge, where he famously said, any name for me a thing that a theist can do that an atheist cannot do that's good. And, my version is name for me one thing that is immoral that is not expressly commanded or at least condoned in the Bible. And so far, nobody's been able to answer that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Every single evil thing we can think of, God says to do. Mm-hmm. So...
Yeah, so apparently his book, The God Delusion, was originally titled The Root of All Evil, with a question mark after it. That was the original title that it was going to come out under, but instead it was changed to The God Delusion. But apparently there was a documentary that came out instead under that. So, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Pesky copyright.
Yeah.
Dr. Spivey a couple of points. He says we're fighting a losing battle because religion is a part of our human nature. Well, speak for yourself. It's not a part of mine, and it's not a part of the great majority of my friends in universities in England and the United States and elsewhere. He also...
And increasingly, it's not a great part of a lot of countries. They're doing just fine without it. Look to the Nordic countries are doing fine just without it. Australia is becoming increasingly non-religious. I think it's up to about 40-something%. It's fine. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be like this whole idea. And so Spivey, I really feel that part of it was wishful thinking. Like, oh, we have to have religion. We have to. No, we don't. No. It's not a major part of Japanese society. Let me tell you that right now.
Yeah, once you set aside that whole... well, that's the thing, is like Christianity and these other things weren't ever part of Japanese society. Christianity has been gaining some traction in China, but that's a whole different thing. Japan had the imperial cult basically for a very long time, and there's still a couple of religions, non-deistic
Shintoism
ones,
and stuff.
Shinto and Tao and whatnot, but once they got over the imperial cult thing, it's mostly just been, you do you.
Yeah.
said, if we had no religion, how would we do without King's College Chapel, the Sistine Chapel, etc.? Well, you know, artists had to make a living. And in the time when the Sistine Chapel was built and its ceiling was painted, you know who had the money?
Yeah, and this was my point. The reason why the Renaissance had such amazing art, religious art, is because of the religious people paying artists a lot of money. That's essentially the reason why. It isn't because they were inspired. It isn't because of this guy. Who's paying the bills? That's basically how it happened.
Artists such as Michelangelo had to go where the patronage was. We shall never know the ceiling that Michelangelo might have painted if he had been commissioned to paint the Museum of Science, for example. We shall never know what Haydn's Evolution oratorio might have sounded like, or Beethoven's Mesozoic Symphony.
I don't know, but Tim Minchin's has done some pretty damn good songs, I must admit. Like Tim Minchin's, I got to give a big shout out to a boy from Perth, has done fantastic. And his songs are amazing. Are you familiar with Tim Minchin's?
I've heard the name, but I'm very bad with names.
He's an Australian pianist and songwriter that did, I think he did Fuck the Pope as a song, which was hilarious. The Pope song, yeah. I'd probably get a copyright strike for doing it.
A Bo Burnham kind of thing.
Sorry?
Bo Burnham.
Let me see if I can get a picture. You'll probably recognize the picture, possibly. Do you recognize that guy?
Really hard. Fuck the motherfucker and fuck.
Like, seriously, if you haven't heard the Pope song, definitely give it a listen. It's really good, really creative, very, very, yeah, just very. It's awesome.
I mean, you know, the pedophile in chief does deserve some accolades for his role in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry about that. I just love Minchin. I think he's amazing. I sort of, you know, just his level of creativity is incredible. Just incredible.
Now, I suppose that apologists for religion would be likely to put forward 4 reasons for believing it to be a good thing, 4 things that religion does for us. And I call them explanation, exhortation, meaning morals, explanation meaning explaining the world, where we come from, where the universe comes from, and so on. Exhortation, what is good, what is bad.
Yeah, but I must admit, even though they do explanation, they don't really, like, how do we know that explanation is correct? It's just the explanation. Mythology and sort of legend building does that as well, but, you know, you can explain the Grand Canyon with Paul Bunyan, but is that correct? Because it certainly isn't a global flood. Let me give you the tip right now. You know, stupidest thing ever.
And consolation. And I think my colleague Anthony Grayling is likely to cover some aspects of exhortation. I shall be brief on that, therefore. Consolation, I often encounter people who say, but if you take religion away from people, how are they going to survive? How are they going to manage when they're bereaved, or when they lose a loved one, when they fear death themselves? And it's a reasonable point. It is certainly possible to obtain consolation from a lie. Many people will say, you ask them, would you like?
I love what he's doing here. He's and sort of, I don't think I speak enough about this, like in debate, making concessions as part of your sort of debate strategy, like sort of saying, hey, they have a point with this, although, you know, and then explaining why the point may not be the best point, or may, like, you know, looking at it in another light. But a lot of people will say, oh, no, religion doesn't comfort anybody, kind of thing. And that is patently untrue. You have to acknowledge that is untrue. That, you know, we've done studies that show that people who have religion are sort of, you know, they're comforted by their religion. That's not up for debate. I'm really sorry it's not. However, you've got to ask whether that outweighs them believing in something that's untrue and all of the bad things that comes with that. You've got to weigh up whether sort of believing in demons kind of thing outweighs that and the harm that can do. But you have to acknowledge what is actually fact. And you can make a case that, hey, believing in something that's untrue is always bad, regardless of whether it makes you feel good. It's just, acknowledge where there is things. It's okay.
I'm reminded
what do you think about
of a story. During the plague years, there were a couple of clockmakers who went to Prague to fix that really cool clock that they have there. The original clockmaker had, after a personal tragedy, and he'd been persecuted by the local Inquisition, religion, of course. His eyes had been burned out. So he threw himself into the machinery of the clock, and it broke that giant clock. It didn't move for 60 years or so. And the city had been trying to get clockmakers to come and fix it. It was too much of a masterwork. Nobody could handle it. It drove them mad trying to fix this clock. So finally, these two brothers show up in the middle of the plague. And one of them is a master clockmaker, and the other one is just like his helper who makes sure he can do what he needs to do. And the master clockmaker gets sick with the plague. And so the priest who's caring for the clockmaker says, listen, there's a curse on the clock. That's what's causing the plague and everything that's wrong with the city. You need to finish fixing the clock and the plague will go away. And the other brother, he's not a clockmaker, but his brother had written down blueprints and this and that and the other. So he has the local metal workers make all the parts, and he does everything possible. He finally figures it out. And behold, the great big clock of Prague begins to turn again. The hands begin to move again. And so he goes back down, and while he was at work, his brother passed away. And he turns to the priest. He says, you told me if I fixed the clock, the plague would leave him. He'd be saved. And the priest says, I lied because I had to get you to finish the work. And, you've saved the city. Your brother was dead either way, but you've saved the city. And the surviving brother, he says, false hope is crueler than no hope at all.
Yes. And people will sort of say, don't you feel bad taking away people's hope, that they'll have this life after death and things like that? And it's like, well, if it is untrue, and I do believe that is untrue, that's not sort of trying to hurt people. I just believe it's untrue. It's if it's untrue and a lie, it's the person's fault that lied to them in the first place. It's not the person telling them what the truth is. It's the person that lied to them in the first place, right? It's not my fault that they were told something untrue. So no, I don't feel any kind of guilt or remorse over that, over telling people, hey, I don't believe that they go to, there is a heaven. I don't think there is. I think that it's just a story we tell to make ourselves feel better. I'm not taking away people's hope if that is untrue. It means that I'm just telling them what I believe that also happens to be true. I mean, I would never go up to somebody at a funeral and tell them that kind of thing, their beliefs, But if asked my opinion to opine on what happens after death, I don't believe there is a heaven. I don't believe there's a hell. I don't believe there's anything. I think we just end and get reabsorbed by the universe. But if that's taking away somebody's hope, it's the person that gave them false hope in the first place that's to blame, not you.
Yeah. Like your doctor to tell you when you have a mortal illness and you're only going to live another 6 months. There are people who will say, no, I would rather my doctor lied to me.
I don't know who that would be. Seriously, who? And actually, it's interesting because the Wachowski sisters go into this a lot, themes in their movies. They wrote The Matrix. They wrote what was the other one? I'm struggling to think of it.
The Matrix 2?
V for Vendetta, right?
Oh,
no, V for Vendetta. Yes, that was the Wachowski sisters. So they will write these, and the theme in V for Vendetta, which I love that movie. I love that movie. I think it's amazing. The whole theme in that movie is if your government is lying to you and manipulating you and being, would you really want to know? So the one of the themes they explore a lot is and sort of this is the red pill, blue pill. What, like, do you want to stay in the matrix and be blissfully unaware, or do you want the truth, even though the truth is terrible? You know, it's a terrible world kind of thing. And you know, they explore this idea a lot. Do you want a comfortable lie, or do you want the uncomfortable truth? What do you want? And I always choose the uncomfortable truth. I think there is sort of a power in knowing the truth. There is you know, I feel like you have more control when you know what the actual truth is. I don't want to surrender to a comfortable illusion. But I love how they play with it, and that they don't really lean one way or the other necessarily. It's just they love to show this. Do you want the truth if it's an awful truth, an inconvenient truth? Just, you know, throw that in there.
And that's fine. And I would respect that wish if I were a doctor, if I thought that a patient wanted to be lied to. But I don't think it's a very dignified general reason for supporting religion that it supplies consolation, unless, of course, it's true.
I don't think doctors are allowed to do that. I think that's unethical to lie to their patients, even if they request it. I think that's kind of unethical. I think that doctors are compelled to sort of tell them what they're suffering from. I don't know. Do you know that, Ember? Do you know if that's the case?
Is it that what now?
Well, he said, like, you know, he's all for doctors telling people unless the patient wants to be lied to.
That's a tricky situation, because there's a duty and obligation to be honest with the patient, to do no harm, that's that sort of thing. But if it's, you know, a palliative, it makes them comfortable situation. Palliative care. There we go. I don't know. I think there's probably code of conduct rules against it, but it's a very individual choice, I suppose. If it's up to the people, like, would people want to know? I think some people would.
Well, he's talking about, like, sort of informed consent to lie to me. You know, like, don't tell me the truth if it's bad, kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe doctors are allowed to do that. I honestly, that's not something I've thought about before. Because then you're giving them consent to do that. You know, and they're not withholding truth from you. They're not telling you upon request. I don't honestly know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very peculiar.
Yeah.
And we haven't time to go into it, but I think there are very, very good reasons for thinking that there is absolutely no grounds for believing that there's any actual truth in the claims of religion. So those who gain consolation from religion, I must confess that I rather liken it to a child with a dummy in its mouth. I don't think it's a very dignified, a very respect-worthy posture for an adult to go around sucking a dummy with a comforter, which is what I think it essentially is. Inspiration, well, I've always found the inspiration, the heavens declare the glory of God, all things bright and beautiful, and so on, to be paltry, parochial, small-minded, compared to the inspiration that you can get by looking at the world of science.
This is why the theists are so fond of Richard Dawkins. This is why they're so fond of him, you know. But I kind of do think, on at least a personal level, I do get more inspired by science than I do of any sort of, you know, amorphous God figure. I think that the natural world is amazing by itself. I don't think we need a God. I think it kind of, in a way, it cheapens it by saying, hey, there's this mysterious thing out there that you can't interact with, that, you know, at least I can say, hey, one day humans will get to the stars or whatever, you know, like that's beautiful. It's an amazing achievement. I don't, you know, this whole thing of, well, you're broken and you know, you'll never measure up to God's glory kind of thing is really, I don't know, I find it depressing and horrible, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're awful. You'll never be good enough. And
Right.
modern apologists, some of them, like Alyssa Childers, are leaning hard into that. You know, saying you're
Mm,
enough is a lie. You can't do it. You're worthless. I'm like, this is your message of hope, is it?
yeah.
But on the note of inspiration, I'm suddenly in mind of Da Vinci, who observed
Yeah.
how the bird flew and started
Mm,
drawing blueprints and things, and
yeah.
observed how the wind blew and started drawing up blueprints for improved sails. And none of this comes from religion. It's all
Right.
observing reality and getting inspired
Mhm.
by that. Like, ooh, that's a cool thing nature can do. Let's see if we
Yeah.
clever tool users can figure out a way to do that too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point, Amber. I like it. Yeah, and you know, human anatomy. He did all kinds of things, like just, and some of them were duds. You know, like like people say, oh, he did the first helicopter because he had that whirling thing, and it's like, yeah, that never would have gone anywhere. But yeah, he certainly was inspired by the nature around him. Absolutely.
Mhm.
And he also did draw like an early firm form of the tank. Let's not forget that, like a wooden, enclosed thing with guns sticking out. So let's not forget he also did that. So yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not even just Da Vinci. That was um, as soon as people started building stone fortifications, keeps, and early castles and such,
Mhm.
people started bringing battering rams to start knocking open the gates, which means that people started dropping oil and stones and things on the people with the battering rams, which in turn caused people to build basically shields for the guys running the battering rams, which they called a turtle.
Yeah. Well, this is what Da Vinci did. Is this picture? It was sort of scribbled on one of his notes, and those are sort of guns sticking outside of it, kind of thing. So yeah, that's one of the things that he kind of scribbled haphazardly. Is it a tank? I don't know. Maybe, you know, that's up in the air. It could not, you know, it might not be counted as a tank, but apparently he had a winch system for people to wind the wheels and stuff. It's interesting.
Deep space, deep time, as the late Carl Sagan showed us, deep complexity in the study of life. The scientific study of these profound, beautiful, elegant mysteries is one of the greatest achievements of the human spirit. And insofar as religion offers an alternative or even positively stands in the way of scientific activity, then I think we would be well rid of it. Which brings me to the other of my four categories, excellent.
Yeah, and he's got a valid platform for saying that. I mean, the golden age of Islam was basically brought low by religion. I mean, there were other factors, but it was essentially not questioning the will of Allah that brought that low. And religion has stood in the way of discoveries for, you know, since the start of the scientific revolution, like since the start of the Enlightenment. It has stood and done nothing but stand in the way. And they're still standing in the way. There's still sort of, you know, a bunch of people going, evolution isn't true. The Earth is 6,000 years old. There was a global flood. The Earth is flat. They're still at it. Like they haven't learned a damn thing. That science is going to march onwards with or without them, and probably without them. So, you know, learn to accept.
Yeah,
Oh,
stop
sorry, Amber.
spending
Are
money
you
on.
doing something on your screen? I can't. Hang on a second.
Oh,
Do
it's
it again.
oh, it was just I was switching back into my I was in camera mode
Okay.
so that I could turn my camera on and off, and then I was switching back into my normal thing, which lets me, bring up the memes and things.
Nice. Well, I thought I saw a little thumbs up come up, so I thought I would
Yeah,
probably
that
turn it on
whenever I
there.
switch it, it brings up my subscribe button, which I don't. Oh, here it is. I still have to
Yeah.
update that, but that was my birthday present from Peter, and it just happens automatically when I
Nice.
switch modes.
Nice. Probably got to update that picture as well.
Yes.
It'll happen. It'll happen.
Oh yeah, so many
In the
things.
field of
Yeah. Look, if I knew what I was doing, I would have done so many things. That's my excuse, and I'm going to stick to it. And I probably got to get Yahooligan out there to teach me how to be a better, just a better man in general. To be honest with you, just a better man.
Well, you could start with being a hooligan.
I could. Yeah, I'm also doing gaming with Yahooligan. So if you do want to watch some gaming, I do have a gaming channel that I'm just sort of getting rolling, just puddling around in. I'll just give it a plug here. A midway plug with nothing to do with the subject. Tangents in the chat. Thank you.
explanation, science has all the cards. Religion used to aspire to a reasonably good hand, but no longer. There is no reason to suppose that any religion, any religious book, any religious teacher has anything to say whatsoever about such questions as where the universe comes from, what life is all about, what life is for, any of those questions, which once upon a time religion provided the best available answers. These are now completely washed up. There is no evidence for them at all. And it's worse than that, because the point I want to end up with is that religion debauches education insofar, and it's quite a long way, insofar as it interferes with the education of children and students.
Yeah, so I think he's being very bombastic, and Richard Dawkins, he does have a tendency to be very, very bombastic and make very provocative statements. I don't disagree with anything of what he's saying, though. It's sort of that religion used to have all the answers because, the God answer would cover everything. But now it's not good enough. It doesn't actually answer anything. It's sort of a band-aid on a gaping wound. It doesn't cover it. We sort of have moved into the realm of, well, what actually causes it and how does that work? God doesn't do anything. It has no explanatory power whatsoever.
Oh, yeah. No effective explanatory power. And that's one of the reasons that religions push back so hard on education. Not all religions, but there are certain ones. You all know what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Because the fact that religion pretended to have an answer and then science showed the real answer makes the religion look false, because it is. And the religious people of those religions really don't like that.
Yeah. So it's interesting when you look at the mission scopes for something like, the National Institute of Science or something, or the Commonwealth CSIRO Science and Research Institute. Their mission is to use science to observe and explain and understand the world around them, right? That's their mission. When you read something like Answers in Genesis or Creation Ministries or something like that, their mission is to have the Bible be the answer, right? Is to give glory to God and his creation, which, one is saying, hey, let's find out, and the other is saying, hey, let's make it this book's explanation. It's really night and day what their missions actually are. Mm-hmm. Because science isn't saying, hey, let's give a naturalistic explanation for this. That's not what it's saying. It's saying, hey, let's find out what the actual answer is. While that is not the mission statement of these pseudo-scientific religious research organizations. No, they're think tanks to how do we get an explanation from this book or this holy text or this, thing into science, which is not how it works. I read their mission statement. They're not shy about it at all. What was that project that they had to get creationism into schools? They had a project going.
Are you thinking of the Project 2525 thing, or possibly the wedge document comes to mind? But that's a plan to use creationism in school.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
In order to, that's just miseducating the population on purpose in order to establish a theocracy. It's a
Yeah.
means to an end kind of thing. They don't actually care
Yeah.
what people are taught. They just want their theocracy.
But they kind of denied that and denied it and denied it. And then somebody leaked the Wedge document, which was them basically talking about it, like saying, hey, this is what we're trying to do. Like, we're going to assault the boards of education. We're going to get people on. We're going to get this in there in order to create a theocratic, or at least a highly religious education system. It's literally spelled out in that document. And then they had to admit, yeah, that's what we're doing, because this document was leaked.
It was Stephen. What the hell is it? The guy who looks like a Romulan from Star Trek, Stephen Meyer.
Yes. Yeah.
He actually kind of pulled a bonehead on that one.
Did he?
ICR denied and denied and denied that the Wedge document was legitimate, and then Stephen Meyer came out and said, well, actually, the leaked copy is inaccurate, because what we're really doing is, oh shit, I just admitted it's real. Forget I said anything.
Right. Yeah, it's a nightmare scenario. Like, it really is a nightmare thing that to sort of make
that man. He's like the evil William Lane Craig. He's every bit as absurd, and every bit, I understand all of science better than people who are actual scientists. But where William Lane Craig just wants to believe in his delusion that there's a God who loves him personally, that's Craig's ultimate goal. Meyer wants to create an oppressive theocracy to tell everyone how to live. I'm like, okay.
It's not just the teaching of falsehoods. It is that the indoctrination of children in the virtues of faith leads them to be immunized, to be placed on their guard against the enemies of faith, who they are told will come. It's rather like a computer erecting a firewall to prevent incoming information. I have talked to colleagues in America, scientists attempting to lecture to students on their subject, biology, and of course, biology makes no sense without evolution. And whenever a lecturer mentions evolution, he sees a great sea of heads shaking, arms folded, and they are not listening. They are trained to give the right answers. They're trained to tick the right boxes when they do the exam. They know how to answer an exam on evolution, but they have been forearmed by the firewall of faith. Whenever a teacher says anything about evolution, in effect, stop up your ears.
Yeah, and that's a problem. That's a real problem. Because then they get to university, and I've been in university when someone said, evolution isn't real, and it's like, are you serious? Like, you're in university. It's not like, what have you learnt in your life? Like, holy crap.
And it backfires, because they get to university and either they end up bailing out because they do stand firm on the Bible and learn nothing, which is rare, or they become convinced that they were lied to their entire childhood.
Yeah.
And that's what drives a wedge between the child and the parent. The parent put it there, like you were saying earlier. It's not you presenting the truth that causes the people to lose their hope. It's the person who gave them the false hope in the first place. It's the same sort of thing. When you go out of your way to lie to your children, they will find out. And then not only will they no longer believe all the lies that you told them, they won't trust you either.
Right. And then they lament how people are leaving in droves. So they do more of this stuff. They tell children more not to listen to this stuff around them. And then, they're just exacerbating the problem. It's like they're on this endless loop, instead of sort of, hey, here's how to think critically so you can get what is true and what is not true. It's believe this. And then they actually encounter the horrendously massive mountain of evidence we have for this idea. This is why people are leaving churches, and why people are deconverting. But they think it's, some kind of evil creature. No, it's you're doing it. But, well done. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Now that is debauching of education. A quote from Kurt Wise, who is an American geologist. He studied geology at Harvard, no less, under Stephen Jay Gould, no less. And he was set for a good career as an academic geologist, which all his life he had desperately wanted. The problem was, it came from within, it was his religious upbringing, his firewall of faith. And he couldn't reconcile the two, his scientific education with his religion. And he literally got a pair of scissors and went right through the Bible and cut out every verse that would have to go if he accepted his scientific education. And in the end, he decided there was nothing left of his Bible. He therefore tossed out science and said, and from then on, he said, with that in great sorrow, I tossed into the fire all my dreams and hopes in science. And he goes on, I am a young age creationist because that is my understanding of the scripture. As I shared with my professors years ago when I was in college, if all the evidence in the universe turns against creationism, I would be the first to admit it, but I would still be a creationist because that is what the word of God seems to indicate. Here I must stand.
Wow, that's kind of heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
He loves geology, wants a career in geology, could contribute so much to the field of geology, but because of the amount of evidence against him, and he, if you cut out everything in the Bible that conflicts with science, you don't have a Bible anymore. He tosses away his passions and what he loves to say, hey, creationism is true. That's actually really sad.
Mm-hmm. Because why? Why does he believe in it? Why does he put so much faith in it? Because he was raised with it? Because he's convinced it's true? Well, has he looked at the other religions and seen the equally unverifiable claims? Like, there are many, many unanswered questions, but ultimately it boils down to he's acknowledging that he knows it's not true.
Yes.
And he's choosing to go that route anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's a damn shame. And sadly, he's not the only one. I mean, we talk about, we hear people on the right, the pro-life people, quote unquote, talk about how, well, what if that baby that got aborted could have cured cancer? Well, what if that scientist could have cured cancer, but instead he turned away from science because the Bible says otherwise? So much wasted human potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just that, but also, I've heard geologists talk. They love their stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. It's nice to see. It's lovely to see people enjoy their things that they're passionate about, and that's a person that won't get to do that. It's really sad. It's really sad. Yeah.
If religion can do that to a highly educated Harvard geologist, just think what it can do to an average school child or student. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here.
Wow, he absolutely hit that out of the park. I mean, part of it was an appeal to emotion, but he has a good point. Like, what discoveries would that really passionate and fiery person who, loved doing geology, what did we miss out on? Because he cannot reconcile his religious beliefs with scientific truth and scientific fact. This is a rabbi, Julie Neuberger. So I didn't know that the Jewish faith allowed female rabbis. It does make sense that they are sometimes forward thinking.
It does depend on the sect. I don't know that much about Judaism, modern Judaism particularly, but yeah, there's very progressive elements. There's very regressive Orthodox elements. I mean, it's similar to the semi-secular progressive end of Christianity with a few thousand more years to mature, Yeah.
Well, apparently among Orthodox, it's still debated, but they do allow it. So good for them, I guess. I mean, the Catholic Church still doesn't allow women priests, so okay.
Yeah. And thank you all.
Several of the Protestant faiths have had schisms of their own over that issue. Yeah. Recently, I think the Methodists split into two churches over whether women should be allowed to do the talk about the Jesus or whatever the fuck it is they do.
Yeah. I'm an equal opportunity bullshittist, like people can talk crap if they're male or female. I don't get the point.
Or NBs.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Have a non-binary con
Public
artist.
universal friend. One of the first very well documented non-binary American citizens was a pastor.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Because I know pastors in England, they've allowed women to be pastors in England like for ages.
Very much for coming, and I'm rather wondering what connection Roger Scruton is going to find with Methodist Central Hall after Nigel Spivey, as I, as a child, as a member of the West London Synagogue, used to come to overflow services for the High Holy Days here. And for those who know about Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, a fast day for 25 hours, can you imagine this hall, as full as it is now, with us all fasting and the scent of fish and chips slowly wafting up through the floor? So I have strong memories of my father conducting the services as a lay reader and being here. But perhaps that's not quite the meat of tonight's motion.
You think? You think your childhood memories don't have? I'm sorry, but you've just described like a lot of people starving in a hall. I don't see how that's good for society. But never mind. Maybe it is better for society. Would we be better off? I'm not sure about that one.
About as liberal a rabbi as you can be without falling off the edge. Nevertheless, I'm profoundly opposed to this motion. First, let's look at how religion is described. The perception of religion that we've heard is simply one I largely don't recognize. It doesn't seem to recognize or understand the role of religion in many societies, where the question of belief takes second place to how you mark your life events.
Yeah, so that's probably because you're in progressive Jewish community in England and not a repressive theocracy in Iran or something. Yeah, it's kind of the water you swim in that you're recognizing there. You have to acknowledge that religion doesn't automatically mean your religion or your practice of that religion. I don't.
Yeah, if you're gonna step up to defend all religion, you have to defend all of them.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Sure.
How you're celebrated at birth and at maturation, how you mark marriage, childbirth, old age, and death, how we mourn, how we betroth, and how we divorce.
So, is she saying that like celebrations are religious? I think we'd still be celebrating birthdays and events if we're not religious. I mean, people still celebrate Christmas and they're not religious. Like, come on now.
Yeah, and some religions ban birthdays, like the Jehovah's Witnesses. I think she's arguing that when cultures create traditions like harvest festivals and things, those get tied up with religion because whatever the people believe, their festivals are going to become part of their cultural practices, and then get tied up in their narrative and whatever. But she's doing the cart before the horse thing. She's saying without religion, there wouldn't be a harvest festival. No, the harvest festival is because of the harvest. The religious connections get added because of the narrative of the culture. But whatever.
Now explain Talk Like a Pirate Day, and I'll be satisfied.
Well, you see...
the god of pirates. the god of pirates. Blackbeard.
Okay, so the flying spaghetti monster extended his noodly appendage. The pirates.
How do you ask the members of my old congregation?
Sorry.
The pirates are the prophets in the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
Pirates,
The pirates have all been slandered by these other false religions, you see. They were just trying to spread the word of his noodly goodness.
Right. And they've been vilified. Vilified, I tell you.
Where I was rabbi for 12 years in South London, whether they believed in a personal God, and if so, what the nature of that God was, they'd have looked completely astounded at you. Many of them weren't believers, as it appears the opposition here, or perhaps I should say the proposition, understands it. They simply didn't feel like that. They weren't certain. For them, the idea that you would have creationism taught in schools would be simply appalling. Unlike people who are confirmed atheists, however, they had doubt. They had uncertainty. At some point in their lives, they had...
I'm sorry, is this at all relevant? I don't... Is atheism good for society? So the
also,
people you talk to don't really believe in God. They're just part of a religion.
well, she's trying to argue the intellectual humility angle. You know, religious people, unlike atheists, are full of doubt. They're question. Sean McDowell did a piece on a similar thing not that long ago, where he was saying that, of course, believers question. I, as a believer, Sean said, am constantly questioning, you know, is God real? Am I deluding myself? Am I wasting my life? Is there really evidence? Basically, he came, you know, one step short of saying, I've been full of shit this whole time. But atheists don't do that. Atheists are certain there's no God.
That hasn't been my experience of interacting with theists and atheists, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm like, no, that's not true. Like, yes, some believers do have doubts, sure, and they choose to believe anyway. That's, to them, that's the exercise of faith, is believing even when you have doubts. But very, very few atheists are certain there is no God. Like, I'm not even certain there's no God. I'm certain Yahweh doesn't exist.
Right.
Because it's logically contradictory with itself. It's an incoherent concept. But you know, it's agnosticism, right? People are like, "Oh, well, you're not sure. You're agnostic." Well, technically, everyone is, because no one knows. You know, it's baffling. But even atheists who are certain there is no God whatsoever, how they can justify saying they're certain, that's a whole other question. But they're full of doubts about everything. Like, am I doing the right thing? Is my life value? Is bothering to be a secular activist a thing I should do with my time? You know?
Right.
We're full of doubt. And science is made of doubt. Even the most, Richard Dawkins himself, who's you know, famously a very staunch atheist, he's, by dint of being a scientist, constantly questioning everything he thinks he knows about his field, except for some reason sex versus gender, but that's a whole other side thing. You know, we discover things about chromosomes, and he goes, "Oh, okay, now I have to doubt what I think I knew about that." Or we discover something new about bacterial evolutionary processes, and he goes, "Oh, well, now I have to doubt everything I think I knew about that." We're riddled with doubts and everything else except the God question. Whereas the majority of believers, they may or may not doubt God, but if they're on the zealoty side of things, they will still simply accept everything that's in the old holy book of whatever flavor you prefer.
And when you get to the extreme end of it, some of them not only don't doubt they know there's a God, they also don't doubt you know there's a God as well. Taking it one step further, they don't think you have doubts about a God's existence either. I'm looking at you, precepts. So it gets absolutely ridiculous. It hasn't been my experience. And sort of, even when you get down to it and you get into philosophy and down to sort of hard solipsism, you doubt everything, like literally everything. And what I would say is that I have a great deal of confidence in certain things due to the methodology of which they find them out. But I always leave that sliver of, it could be wrong. Even my own existence could be wrong. You know, there is that sort of tiny sliver of doubt in there, but you know, pragmatically, we have to deal with the world in front of us, and I have a incredibly high level of confidence about these things, but that doesn't mean you don't have doubts.
Yeah, I think now that you mention it, you kind of have to have that doubt about your own existence, because as Rene Descartes pointed out, the ability to question your own existence is the only way to confirm your own existence.
Right, exactly.
Had a sense of the other, of a different superior presence within and beyond them, and on other days their doubts were stronger. But they behaved as if they held a stronger belief. They prayed, sometimes with true humility and piety, and sometimes out of habit, by rote, a bit like Nigel's Psalm 23, which is very comforting in times of trouble. They live their lives according to the seasons of the religious festivals, celebrating Passover with its message of liberation from slavery each year, recognizing its moral message, but more or less certain as to whether it was divine intervention that caused the liberation at all. They mark the Day of Atonement, asking forgiveness for their sins, some years more, some years less conscious of a divine being that would listen to them. At best, they use it as a day to reflect, and the season beforehand to make peace with those they had offended in the previous year. At worst, it was a ritual recital of a recognition that we all do wrong, and that there's some value in a day of reflection on how we behave, and a form of what I can only describe as spiritual spring cleaning.
Sure, but do you need a religion for that?
No,
Like,
you don't need a religion for that.
You can and should reflect on it. Maybe it's great to have a societal custom where everybody reflects on the same day. We close the banks, we close the schools, everybody stay home and think about what you did, you know? Okay, maybe. But you don't need a religion to do that.
And religion promotes guilt and shame for things that A, you shouldn't feel guilty about, and B, that things you shouldn't be ashamed of. And shame's never helpful. Maybe, but this is all anecdotal evidence. This is all well, what I see when I talk to the people in my circles is this. The problem is that religion isn't just the people in your circles. You know, you have these evangelical religions in the US sort of saying, hey, you are broken and fallen and terrible and disgusting, and you will never be better except with this panacea. You know, take to Jesus and call me in the morning, you'll be fine.
Which Jesus? Strawberry Jesus?
Bigfoot Jesus. Bigfoot Jesus.
Bigfoot Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. There you go. Take two of them. You know, it'll take you a while, but you know.
Could I interest you in a cat Jesus?
Absolutely. Look, a cat, anything you can interest me in. Yes, Bigfoot Jesus in chat. Yes. Oh, look, it annoys a certain group of people so much, and I'm here for it, quite frankly. I'm absolutely here for it. But anyway, like it's just anecdotal. It's just, hey, but my believers aren't that bad. But the world isn't your believers. We're asking whether it'd be better for society. You have to outweigh sort of the good that it does with the evils that it does. You know, is people believing that demons are causing their problems good or a bad thing for society? I would certainly argue that's terrible for society. Is people refusing to get transfusions because of their religious beliefs good or bad? It's awful. People die because of their religious beliefs when they could have easily been saved and gone on to live worthwhile lives of doing good for other people. You can't look at it as, well, I'm going to take this small religious section of a small religion in, you know, upper northeast London and say, well, because they're doing all right, religion's good for society. No, come on now.
Super fucking privileged.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm
thinking of Greg Locke, who I really should go back. If I come across it again, I'll grab the clip of him saying, don't go see a doctor, come see me, because we need to get the demon out of you, not fill you up with drugs and other witchcraft.
Yeah, I do not doubt that for a second. That sounds exactly like something he would say.
Mm-hmm. But also, I don't doubt that for a second. During the recent health crisis, which the algorithm doesn't like us to say the name of, his parishioners were infamous, went viral even, for saying, we don't need no stinking masks because we're washed in the blood of Jesus. And a bunch of them died, and a bunch of their grandmothers died because they killed them because of their stupid beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Ridiculous. And so this is the thing that we have to, so, you know, your congregation is doing the right thing during the last, you know, health scare. Great. But that doesn't speak to whether religion is good or bad for society. It says that, hey, kind of not believing in your religion is kind of okay. Because all of the people that are not part of a religion, they were the ones following the advice of the scientists and medical professionals who know better. You know, that's the people who are wearing masks and are getting, you know, vaccinated and stuff like that. Like, those are the people doing what the science says, because we believe, you know, what the experts say and their health advice over a book from the early Iron Age.
You know, tangent time. But
Okay,
thinking
go.
about that really pisses me off because there's a dude, former streamer, in fact. He used to be big on Twitch, a little bit on YouTube, gaming streamer, named Joe Marino, who lives not that far away from me. And at the same time, Locke was saying, no masks, blood of Jesus, yada yada. Joe, he used his 3D printing knowledge because it was only a couple of years ago, but 3D printing was a lot more primitive back then.
Yeah.
So he used his artistic and technical skills to work up a schematic for masks that could be 3D printed.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And he started printing masks and sending them to hospitals because they didn't have enough freaking masks. You all may recall this. There's a huge shortage. But not only did he dump his resources into making as many masks as possible, he open sourced the file, the 3D printing file. And so hundreds of other people were able to print masks and send them to hospitals or to impoverished nations or whatever. This man literally saved thousands of lives. And yet it's Greg Locke that gets talked about. And that really pisses me.
That's fair. That's fair. What was the guy's name?
Joe Marino.
Joe Marino. Well done.
Make the point to show that not all religion is theologically consistent. Indeed, when the greatest Jewish scholar of the 20th century, Rabbi Dr. Louis Jacobs, alav Shalom, was asked to write a book on Jewish theology for the Catholic publishers Darton, Longman and Todd, he insisted that they call it a Jewish theology because Jews have so many different views and so many different opinions. The old joke, 2 Jews, 3 opinions, isn't in fact a joke, but it's a statement of fact. Belief matters a good deal less than how you live your life. Indeed, the test of the good Jew is what you do and how you behave, and not really at all about what you believe. So one reason I feel so...
I hate to point this out, but not everybody is Jewish that has religion. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. She's basically going, well, my religion's not doing anything wrong.
You know who was Jewish, though? Jesus.
He definitely was. That is a fact, yes. It's
the myopic blinders.
Yeah.
The world around me is just fine. There's no civil wars in London, therefore there's no civil wars anywhere in the world.
Right. Or, like, I don't see what's wrong with guns. I'm responsible for mine. It's kind of this, well, that's great. And that's good that you're being responsible, but that's not what everybody does. Maybe that's a bit too contentious. I'm probably going to make all the Americans mad.
I think most of us are kind of on board with it. It's one of those deals where I haven't seen data on guns specifically, but there's a lot of issues that we're 72% in supporting trans people existing, 72% in favor. There's a bunch of other issues that range in the high 70s or 80s, and it's very rare for the American public to have such a high consensus on fucking anything.
Yeah.
But the politicians are near 50-50, slightly in the anti-direction. And it's this huge mismatch between the will of the people and what the power-hungry, corrupt fuckers who run everything are actually up to. Like, we all do want, well, not all of us, but the super majority of us do want better gun regulation. But we can't have it because the rich fuckers and their pet congressmen won't allow it. What is a democracy if you won't be allowed things,
It's weird to me. The IRA, I don't know. It's just, they're just loud. They're loud and they've got a ton of money. That's it. That's all they've got. That should not be the basis of how decisions are made in a democratic country, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's frankly, it's issue specific, but we're effectively an oligarchy pretending to be a democracy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's sort of debatable, but yes, yeah.
So strongly that we wouldn't be better off without religion is that by no means all religion is fundamentalist, extreme, exclusive, and damaging. At its best, it's something modest, inspiring, and sustaining. The modern division, to my mind, should be seen as that between those full of certainty, who scorn the beliefs of others and have a dogma of their own that allows no real debate, and those who are occasionally full of doubt, but who are tolerant and who are respectful of other people's views. That division is by no means between the religious and the secular.
Oh yeah, when I think religion, I think tolerant and respectful of other people's views. That's the first thing that runs through my mind. That's exactly what I said to Praise Yam, who came into this chat and started spouting like really hateful crap. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Tolerant and respectful of other people's views. Sure. Can I call him Praise Yam like a sweet potato now?
I mean, could be worse. People like potatoes, and even though he was trying to be bigoted, it came off as kind of sweet, so maybe a sweet potato could
That's
work.
true. That's true. Praise Yam. Ugh, what a horrible monster.
Ooh, praise or
praise. But look, I mean, look, it's great that your people aren't being assholes, but unfortunately, you don't get to go, well, I want religion, but it's only going to be the good religion. That doesn't work. Like, there's no case where religion hasn't schismed and created like one side that's and another side that's like
Mm-hmm. And it's unavoidable. It's in the nature of anytime you start to make up a mythology with absolute truth, you're gonna have a break between the progressives and the conservative regressives.
Yeah.
And the progressives are going to be like, oh, there's nothing wrong in believing what we believe because we're good people and we believe this thing. Therefore, it's a thing good people believe. And the regressives who go, no, this is absolute truth. We have to kill all the non-believers.
Right. And
every single time.
Yeah. And let's face it, like even her own religion, you still have like really repressive Jewish orthodoxy sects that do horrible things and have very denigrating views on women and things like that. You still have those ultra conservative Jewish people that think that women shouldn't be allowed to speak to rabbis and things like come on, let's face it. It's like you're just taking the people that you see every day and going, well, that's representative of all religion. No, you don't get to do that.
Yeah. Ugh. And anybody who does it otherwise, they're not a real member of whatever religion.
Right.
Yeah. No. You want to talk about Judaism? Secular Jews, fine people. I have no problem with people who are Jewish by ethnicity. I don't even really have a problem with people who are Jewish by faith. But you can't make the case that the faith itself is good. A lot of the things that modern Jews do is in direct opposition to what the Holy Book says they should do. Like the whole women being property thing. That's a law from Yahweh to his chosen people. It's part of the covenant. And they just ignore it. It's wonderful that they do ignore it, but that is part of the faith.
Yeah, and I remember Matt Dillahunty sort of talking about how that Southern Baptist Church, what's the name of Westboro Baptist Church? Their treatment of gay people is absolutely deplorable and disgusting. But, and here's the kicker, they're probably more biblically accurate than the more progressive denominations.
I'd argue on that one. I have yet to see a person present a biblical passage that says this is what makes gay people homosexuality wrong, and it turned out to actually be the case. Like, just as a
Well,
quick example, the most common one is that Leviticus thing. A man shall not lie with a man as a man will lie.
or their blood
That's
will be
not
upon them.
what
Yeah, yeah.
that says, though, because that chapter in Leviticus is a long list of a man will not sleep with his son's wife, a man will not sleep with his father's wife, a man will not sleep with his cousin's wife, etc., etc., etc. Long list. And then at the very end of the list, it says a person will not sleep with a man of the same type as the women just listed. So it's you also won't sleep with your son-in-law or your father-in-law or etc. It isn't about homosexuality. It's saying all these women you can't sleep with the man equivalent either.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Leviticus 18.
I forget which chapter it is, but yeah, that was a thing that was pointed out to me by Lawrence at Aaron's Bible study, and I've since poked around with a few other scholars, Dr. Kill, for example, and yeah, I mean, once you see it, it's really obvious because it's a whole list, and that passage is at the very end of the list. It's part of the list.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, that wasn't my understanding of it, but yeah, certainly, let's debate it. Let's have a debate. I don't know. Anyway, all right, moving on.
Yep.
The Crusades, Islamic, Jewish, and Christian fundamentalism, fascism, and communism are all the results of total certainty. For me, the moderates, religious or not, are the ones who need to unite. And those moderates within the religious world have much to give, to teach, and yes, also to learn. I've lived and worked within modern, non-orthodox, Enlightenment-influenced religious communities most of my adult life. Communities for whom the idea that revelation is a once and forever event is complete anathema, but for whom the idea that we are put into this world with a purpose, however dimly we may perceive it, is a given. With all the passionate rationalism that convinced atheists bring to bear, they miss the experiential, what motivates so many people to do good. It is that sense that we are here for a purpose to make the world a better place that has led so many to social reform.
You don't need to have religion to want to make the world a better place. What are you talking about? And plus, a lot of religions don't think this world is, they think that this world is temporary. So they're motivated not to make the world a better place because they think it's going to end very soon. Again, this is myopic kind of, well, I'm doing all right, thanks.
Yeah.
Applying to everybody.
Jehovah's Witnesses famously believe the world is going to end soon. They believed it would have ended several times already, and they were wrong about that, but details. But making the world a better place, well, that's time that you could be spending worshiping Jehovah. So don't you think that's what you should be doing instead of this social justice or whatever?
Yeah. Oh, like why address climate change if the world's going to end?
Yeah, or God can, even if the world's not going to end, God can fix it. So let's just count on God to save us and go knock on a few more doors instead.
Yeah.
That wouldn't otherwise have taken place. It was, for instance, we'll have the questions later, Christopher.
Christopher Hitchens just trying to ask questions, like he's obviously getting a bit antsy.
Yeah.
You'll get your turn. You'll get your turn. It was, for instance, religious sensibility that brought us hospice and palliative care. You may or may not share the convictions of those who developed it, but you could hardly deny that in terms of modern healthcare, the relief of pain of people who are dying has been one of the great advances, one that many really good scientists, desperate to find cures, simply didn't consider. We'll take another example, that of slavery.
That's not quite accurate. It was religious medical scientists who did things like experiment on black people in the Tuskegee experiments. It was maybe religious, maybe not, ancient Greeks who developed the idea of palliative care out of a concept of mercy, not because any god told them they should.
Yeah. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's not to say that every religious doctor has no compassion. Obviously,
Right,
that's
right.
not true.
Yeah,
But to
yeah.
say that these concepts rose out of religion is patently false.
Mm.
The slave trade and its abolition, the bicentenary of which we're marking this.
Okay. The abolition. The religious people were on both sides of that argument. They were definitely on the let's keep slave side of that argument, as well as the, let's not have slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. Be honest.
This week. Plenty of religious people were involved in the slave trade, and plenty of pretty irreligious people too. But it was the strong religious sensibilities of Wilberforce and his colleagues, largely but not wholly Quaker and nonconformist Christians, that brought an end to the slave trade in Britain. Not soon enough, not humanly aware enough, but as a result of religious thinking from the Puritan tradition on, often.
Religious people are the only people round at that point. Like, there was no atheist movement or humanitarian movement. Maybe a bit of a humanitarian, like religious humanitarian, but are you sort of saying, hey, where was the religious, like the atheist leaders during this time?
And also, people don't get credit, or the religion in this case, you don't get credit for cleaning up the mess that you yourself created. You
Right.
should do that, you could very easily make the case that it was religion that caused the problem in the first place, because even though the religion doesn't necessarily make it so you have to believe, the religion was justify the concept of, these other people, they're not fully human, they should be property. In fact, her religion talks quite a bit about how other people should be property according to what God thinks is best. So maybe that's not the hill she wants to fight on, really.
Maybe.
Profoundly influenced.
Well, it's funny that they sort of take credit for all the architecture, all the good stuff, all the art, all of this stuff, but they take no credit for all of the bad that's happened in history under religious, under the religious watch.
Mm-hmm.
How about feudalism? You're not going to take credit for that one, are you? Like, Yeah. So the art and the Gothic styles and all that stuff, that's religion doing religion, but feudalism, nothing to do with us. No, it was just coincidence that kings claimed divine right and things like that. No, just a coincidence, just a coincidence.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Britain was one of the last countries in Europe to ban slavery.
Yeah.
That Old Testament God that so many people so deride. But they preached, they persuaded, they campaigned, they demonstrated, and they finally got the change through. Or take a more recent example, the Make Poverty History campaign, which had a mixture of people of all ages, races, religions, communities, present in Edinburgh nearly 2 years ago, and that has certainly influenced British politicians to give more aid. On those platforms, speaking to crowds of whom many were motivated by their religious feelings, there were imams and cardinals, rock singers and politicians, people of faith and none, gathered together inspired by a cause. The voices of the Hebrew prophets were powerful in the words of the speakers, religious or not, and Isaiah struck a chord amongst people opposed to religious force and form, but passionate about doing the right thing.
So non-religious people can do the right thing, and they can be passionate about doing the right thing. I'm not seeing where we need religion for any of this.
That sounds a lot like she's conceding too. She's using a lot of words to try to dodge around it, but she's saying you don't actually need religion to be a good person, to do any of the good things.
Yep.
Okay, so we don't need religion. Now, that doesn't mean that we're necessarily better off without religion, which is the topic of the debate.
Yes.
But she's completely undermined the entire argument for why one would want to keep religion around. So,
I mean, the first one was like, "Hey, religion may be bad, but we can't get rid of it." Like, it seems like two strikeouts from here. It's not great.
When you're playing T-ball and you strike out, it's an oof.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's doing better than the first guy. The first guy just said, "Hey, it's not debatable because you can't do without it, because we can't get rid of it."
But I want to make one last point, and that's about humility and the religious experience of living ordinary, faithful lives. Working as a communal rabbi, I saw ordinary people trying to live good lives who wanted and want to do the best they can in an imperfect world.
Yeah, if there's anything I've noticed, the Pope lives a very humble, ordinary life in his fucking palace.
Several palaces, in fact.
With billions of dollars of art around. Yeah, no, the first thing I think is there's a humble guy who, enjoys the simple things in life. That's exactly what I think.
And it's I mean, Joel
Yeah.
Osteen in his multiple giant fucking mansions and
Right.
palatial mega churches, Kenneth Copeland with his 4 private jets, or I mean, this every branch of every religion seems to be like this. Go to Salt Lake City and look at the compound Brigham Young had set up over there. It blows the mind. But on the flip side, remember what we just talked about Van Gogh, how he got defrocked from being a minister because he lived like the poor people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a good question. I love this question. I'm sorry, I got to point this out. Pedro, I love this question. Can you have culture without mythology? Woo! Even non-religious sort of secular society has urban myths, right? I don't think so. I think that humans come with mythology. I think we make mythology. I think that's what we do. We make stories, we make mythology. I don't think so. I don't think so. But then again, I don't think we have to believe mythology.
Well, I mean, that does go to human nature. This storytelling thing, this creation of narratives to help understand our own place in the world, kind of thing. Daniel Quinn wrote a very fascinating book called Ishmael, in which a telepathic gorilla poses to a human. Can you identify the message of your own culture, the mythology hidden within it? And the main character, he says, well, I don't know what you mean. There is no mythology in modern culture. And they go through, and I'll TLDR it, and it doesn't spoil the story, really, in case anybody wants to read it. It's a short book. You should definitely read it. It's really fucking cool. But the TLDR is people walk around with this idea that's reinforced 100 times a day in 100 different ways, where we believe in the Big Bang. We believe what science tells us, that there was a moment of creation, and then the universe expanded, and then the solar system formed, and then the Earth coalesced, and then life got started, and then there were jellyfish, and then there were land creatures, and then there were dinosaurs, and then there were mammals, and then there were primates, and finally, humans arrived. Well, yes, that's the story. It's not scientifically phrased, but that's the story, isn't it? But here's the thing, that finally element. If you were to time travel back a couple of billion years to when jellyfish were the most advanced thing on Earth, and you found a jellyfish you could communicate to, you would hear exactly the same story, except it would end with, and finally jellyfish arrived.
Mm-hmm.
We mythologize even the fucking science. That's a creation myth. Even if it jives with the science we understand today, it's still a creation myth. Because there is no finally about humans. We're just one more step. So I don't think we can get around having mythology. We that's what we do.
And these ideas sort of we probably have things that we mythologize in our own lives, like my uncle caught all of these fish and stuff, like I mean, ordinarily, like just these stories that we tell that may become mythologized in a way. So I think that mythology is always floating around there, as long as people have been able to reinterpret what has happened or tell stories about what's happened, kind of thing. I think that's always happened. And then you have the effect of memes being things that lurk in our ideas, that lurk in our subconscious of what something means. It's a great question, though. And I suppose from my view, I would probably say, well, probably a lot of the answer probably depends on how you define mythology, because urban myths are always going to be around, even if we don't you know, we don't really believe them. They're always going to be around. If I start talking about Bloody Mary, you know exactly who I'm talking about, right? That's always going to be around, like things like that, not that particular one, but things like that. And I think movies, you know, is movies a form of mythology? Is that what that is?
You could argue that history is a form of mythology. Like, I'm thinking of semi-documentaries like Saving Private Ryan, where the story itself is fictional, but it's based on enough real elements that it could just as easily be real, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, most
Yeah.
historians will tell you that history is a matter of educated interpretation rather than knowledge.
Yeah, like Giuliani was the savior of New York when the you know 9/11 happened. Is that the truth? Did he really do anything? I mean, he probably worked hard. He probably, you know, gave some speeches, but was he the savior of that time? Do you think that somebody else being there, the first responders still would have been the first responders, the communities of New York still would have rallied around him? Was he the savior of that time? I don't think so. I think that he was just the person who was happened to be mayor at a particularly difficult time. That's all. Look at him now. He's
Yeah.
a running joke.
He destroyed his own legacy, which is something of a shame on multiple levels, but
And
yeah,
impressive.
I mean, the best thing he did was understand that he was a politician and stay the fuck out of the way of the people who could actually make a difference.
Yep.
To even out inequalities where they could, and to, if you like, try and campaign for social justice. They recognise an obligation to give 10% of their income away to charity each year. Some of them.
No, they do not give it to charity. They give it to the church. That's a lie. Like it doesn't all go to charity. It goes to the church. The church spends it on stuff and things. Some of that may be charity. The tithe of 10% of your income is not directly to charity. I don't see a church as a charity. Like if you're Catholic and giving 10% of your income to the Catholic Church, very little of that actually goes to charities. Most of it goes to the Vatican.
Same thing with the Mormons. They have the last time I looked, it's about a year out of date now. They had that we know of. They had 154 billion in the bank. That tithe money that's supposed to go to help Mormons who were down on their luck and whatnot. Some of it's in real estate, some of it's in cash reserves.
Yeah.
Some of it is bribing politicians to, you know, pass bigoted laws that harm people. Not much is actually helping real Mormons. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, so 10% of your thing to charity, change that to the church. I'd be happy with that statement, not to charity, because you're assuming the church is a charity and it's not. It's a religious organization. It's not a charity. Oh,
and
don't get me wrong. I think
organizations like Catholic Charities needed to be set up as religious affiliated but separate from the church.
Yeah.
Kind of puts the lie to what she's saying, that even the people within those organizations understand in order to make sure the money goes to a charity, you have to set it up as a separate organization.
Them cared for profoundly disabled people either at home as carers or professionally, giving service because of their sense of purpose. Anything but arrogant. They were bound together by a sense of duty to family, community, and the wider world. They were and are profoundly good people looking for honest ways to live honest, decent lives. In my view, if we didn't have religion, we'd be even more selfish, self-indulgent, certain and cruel, more than we already are. Religious people can without doubt be all those things, but they can at best change the world because they believe in moral purpose, experience a sense of inspiration above and beyond themselves, as many of us do, and inspired by their belief to.
Yeah, so she's saying, oh, not that religious people can't be selfish and all these things. Then you've just undermined your own point, haven't you? Like, you need to show that like, if you're setting it up like this, you need to show that religious people are all of these things more than atheistic people. But atheistic people can be selfless and do charity and do all the things you've stated. Ugh.
And I would love to see her demonstrate or even present a paper that shows that without religion, we would be much more selfish.
Exactly. Which she hasn't done. She's just claimed it and said, in my view, great. It's not really any kind of evidence that shows it. It's just an anecdote. It's just, hey, I in my view, atheists give more than praise I am. So therefore, atheists, it's just, again,
Well,
it's a myopic,
that's
narrow
actually a
view.
factual statement. Depending on how you define it, if you count tithes to churches as charity, then Christians are the most charitable people. But if you remove the giving money to the church and only consider giving money directly to charitable organizations, atheists by far, both by pure numbers and per capita, are way more charitable than Christians of any denomination.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. When one gets
Okay, so this is AC Grayling, who I've never heard of. I believe they're an academic of some sort. I don't know who they are, though, so I will rectify that in 1 second. He's a Hampton University of Sussex philosopher. Okay, so we're getting into the philosophers here.
He wrote the book, The History of Philosophy.
Okay.
So he's a philosopher of philosophy.
Wow. All right. That sounds like convoluted.
He wrote a couple other cool books too. One's called Among the Dead Cities. The cover has pictures of bombers, so it may have something to do with religious wars. And Philosophy and Life, exploring the great questions of how to live, which definitely goes right to the heart of religion.
Yeah.
So fascinating.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Gets up to speak this late in the debate, one's a bit tempted to quote that Hungarian MP who, after a long discussion in the Parliament in Budapest, stood up and said, everything has been said, but not everybody said it yet. And so, my turn. Some of you might have noticed the news item today about...
Oh, I love that joke. I do love that joke. Everything's been said, but not everybody has said it yet. There's always, when you're going in for a partner debate, I don't know if you know this, but I'll be going in for Ember. I do like to talk to Ember and say, hey, what are you discussing? Because there's nothing worse than sitting there and you're like, oh, do you want to go first, Ember? Ember goes and says all of your talking points in his introduction. You're like, oh boy, I'm in a bad position now. Well, I agree with everything my partner said. Not that it hasn't been done before. The second chair is just agreeing with what the first chair says, but it's a bad feeling, right? It's a shocking feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had that happen to you?
No, that's one of the reasons that when I prepare for debates, I look for an unusual angle that I haven't seen anybody do before.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I've only had it happen once or twice, and I think it was sort of really early on, and I had other talking points I could go to, so I quickly just switched it up and, said, oh, yes, I agree with this, but further to that, this other point kind of thing. So you can kind of mix it up and develop on the other person's points if you're ever in that position. It just requires very quick thinking, just elaborate on their points a little bit, and that's all you need to do. But yeah, it is kind of a sort of, it's a sinking feeling when you're like, oh, I wanted to discuss that.
The Pope Benedict XVI giving a sermon last weekend in Rome and telling the congregation, reminding them perhaps, that hell is a real place. It's a palpable, tangible place, and the eternal fires of hell really exist. And those who don't accept Jesus, he said, I'm paraphrasing here, will roast eternally.
Yeah, so that would have been Francis in 2007, I think it was. Did it say 2007? Which I am not happy with him. I was happy with him when he came out in support of the LGBTQI community, and then he removed the T from that equation. And I went, you prick.
It is exceptionally prickish to do.
Yeah.
As Jamie Dodger often says, you can't have the LGB without the T.
Yes.
And also
correct.
the other letters that come after it.
Yeah.
And also, praise the weasel.
Yeah, so he began in 2013. So in 2000, so this was who was the guy before him? Pope something, I can't remember his name. So this was before Francis, Pope Benedict. That's right. He looks like Emperor Palpatine. Have you seen this guy? He was the Pope before
Ratzinger.
Francis. Sorry?
Former Cardinal Ratzinger, before he changed his name. Member of the Hitler Youth, because the Nazis were fucking Catholics.
Yes, they were. He was a member of the Hitler Youth.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Tell me this man is not Emperor Palpatine. Like, tell me that. Argue with me on this one. That is Emperor Palpatine, if ever I'd seen it.
He was the holiest of demons.
Oh, I didn't know he was Hitler Youth. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
It annoys the hell. There's this channel called Shameless Popery. I've only covered them once because the arguments are just so fluffernuttery weak. But that guy draws on Ratzinger's random notes a lot. Like, well, Ratzinger countered this argument with this, and, since he's the Pope, he's infallible, therefore it's correct. You can't discuss things with Catholic scholars because that whole papal inerrancy thing, it's their presuppositionalism.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's move on. That's the...
because of their failure to do so. And this shows how very up-to-date Pope Benedict is, because obviously he's heard about tonight's debate, and this is an intervention. Although I've been trying to work out all day on which side it's an intervention. And is he trying to persuade you to vote, against the motion, or is he actually a fifth columnist on our side of the argument? Well, it isn't clear. Now, I imagine a Martian PhD student, I suppose there are also PhD students from Venus as well, but this is a Martian PhD student who is studying the ethical systems on planet Earth, and has read all the documents, all the treatises, all the philosophical works, the scriptures, the teachings of the Holy Fathers, and has come to the point at which he's got to do some field work. And so he is beamed down by the Martian equivalent of Scotty to Waterloo Station at rush hour, so there are plenty of people about. And he falls in a conversation with people having coffee, waiting for their trains. And he asks them a question, actually rather an astute question. He doesn't ask them what they think is right and wrong, good or bad, and why. Instead, he asks them this. He says, what kind of people would you like your children to be when they grow up? He asks them this because he wants to get from them, to elicit from them, their very best thoughts about the best kind of life. And so he knows that he's going to catch them in a sober and well-judging frame of mind when they think seriously about what kind of people they'd like their children to become. And he finds, when he's talked to enough such people, that there's quite a consensus among them. They say things like this: I'd like my children to be responsible people. I'd like them to take responsibility for themselves, get an education, get a good job. I'd like them to have a family and friendships, deep friendships, because they're so valuable and enriching. And with their families, well, I'd like them to care for their children tenderly and carefully, and I'd like them to bring up their children to think for themselves and to take responsibility for themselves. I wouldn't want my children to be just always submitting to the authority of, I don't know, a politician or a teacher. I'd like them to be inquisitive and to inquire and to think for themselves. And then the Martian PhD student says to them, it's absolutely extraordinary that all you people say these things about what you want for your children, because this is nominally a Christian country, isn't it? I mean, and isn't it the case that even if you no longer actually believe the tenets of the Christian faith, you were sort of in the position of the young man from Moldavia? You remember that?
Okay, this guy's really warbling on. A Martian comes to Earth and he's asking what you would like for your children, and
That little poem, there was a young man from Moldavia, couldn't believe in the Saviour, so he erected instead, with himself as the head, the religion of decorous behaviour. And this was meant to be, deduced or inferred, at any rate, from the basis of Christian morality. But this nominally Christian country, says our Martian, how can it be that you said what you said? It's astonishing. Because in the New Testament, you are taught to take no thought for the morrow. Consider the lilies of the field. Don't have a pension. Don't put money aside. Don't educate your children and help them to prepare for the future. Take no thought for the morrow. The lilies of the field don't, and yet you are not arrayed as these. Also, give away all your money. Give it away to the poor and follow me. If you have possessions, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to get into heaven. The eye of the needle, well, we know how that's been glossed in the centuries since, but it just says it's more difficult for a rich person, comfortably off person, to get into heaven and to pass through the eye, than for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle.
Yeah, so a camel wasn't actually talking about the camel dromedary. It's actually a translation for a very thick rope, a camel, which was a thick rope kind of thing. So, I think so. He's making the point that the Bible sort of says, give away your possessions. Don't think about the future. Don't plan for the future. because don't forget that in Jesus' time, Christianity really was an apocalyptic cult. It was really that the world is about to end, and so give away your possessions, give away your things, think only of today, and sort of, my kingdom will come to pass before some of you have tasted death, kind of thing. The new world will come before you guys die. I think he's making the point that if you're planning for the future, you're going against Christianity, which, how do I put it? It's not really. I mean, he can argue that's in the Bible. It's kind of a straw man of what religion is now, right? He's sort of saying, hey, religion ought to be this thing because the Bible, or Christianity in particular, actually should be this thing because Christianity says that you shouldn't pay attention to the future. And he could be right in that, but he's not arguing that. He's arguing of whether religion as it is good for society. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it tangent again, but it just keeps running through my mind, that guy from the 700 Club saying, people say that Jesus said you have to sell all your possessions and give to the poor in order to follow him, but because it's camel through the eye of the needle thing, and that he goes on to say, but remember, we believe in a faith with talking snakes and talking donkeys, and with God all things are possible. Therefore, a camel fitting through the eye of a needle is not actually a barrier if that's God's will. So I'm perfectly justified in being stupid, rich, and fuck you all.
Right. And take care of myself and say to the poor, fuck the poor, because I can still get through that needle. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's just, I don't think he's addressing the whole question of religion good for society. It seems to be like he's addressing, is Christianity following what it's supposed to follow? Or is Christianity being true to what the Bible requests them to do?
Yeah, no, I mean, Christianity is so full of hypocrisy. That's one of the main reasons. But so is Judaism. So is, Islam to a greater or lesser extent, depending on whether you're more progressive or more oppressive. But none of them are following what their own damn book says to do.
Right.
In other words, the teaching of the New Testament ethics, which I would submit to you is not bad as teachings of ethics go. It doesn't really compare to the great systems of Aristotle, let's say, or the Stoics, or of Buddhism. Theravada Buddhism is not a religion. It doesn't have any supernatural beings in it. It's a philosophy.
Sometimes, mostly Buddhist is a philosophy, sure. I think there's sort of a segment that do think that Buddha is a god, and will be reincarnated onto the earth. So I'm not sure that's maybe that's just a general statement, which I would agree with. But
it's kind of a Western idea of gods. The thing with the Buddha is it's recognizing the divinity within humanity. Humans have a spark of the divine, can grow that and become more divine beings, and that's what the first Buddha did. Is he meditated and grew his divinity, and the other Buddhas aren't necessarily reincarnations of the first Buddha, but they're other individuals who also grew their divinity, like Sakura Buddha, fat Buddha that everybody loves to rub the belly.
Yeah.
He was sort of the hedonist Buddha, but he grew his spark of divine by enjoying the fuck out of all of reality. It's not so much that there are gods in the Yahweh sense, there's a potential God within everyone, and if you put your effort into that, you can actualize that.
That's fair.
Or of the moral outlook of the Enlightenment, or of some of the thinking about the good life, the well-lived, decent and responsible life today, none of which appeal to the existence of supernatural agencies as the source of a divine command.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that Aristotle, the Stoics, the Enlightenment, they give better moral guidance than the Bible. I do absolutely believe that.
Aesop's fables, better morals than the Bible.
Well, that's true. Yes. Yeah.
All right, it's not, the Christian ethical outlook is one of the better of those. And yet when you look at it and you see what it demands of you, it is very contrary to the way we think of a decent life now. And moreover, it says, I mean, I'd imagine the Martian PhD hearing from his interlocutors on Waterloo Station that they want their children to be happy. Happy, says the Martian PhD student. I mean, it says, blessed are they who weep and mourn. I mean, don't you want them to be miserable so they can get into the afterlife? I mean, it looks as though there's such a radical inconsistency between one of the better religious ethical outlooks and what it is you want from your children. But it's very hard to know what to think about it. Because after all, says the Martian, I've been reading all the documents. And as a result of reading them, I said to Scotty, the chap who beamed me down from Mars, I said, look, be very careful, won't you, about where I end up, both time and place. So I don't want to end up in Israel at the time of Moses, just in case they mistake me for a Midianite or an Amalekite or any of the others who were massacred. Please don't, make sure I don't end up in Spain in the late 15th century with Torquemada, or in Calvin's Geneva at the time he was burning Michael Servetus, or in Zwingli's Zurich when he was drowning the Anabaptists, or please not in today's Baghdad, Bombay, Beirut, even Belfast for that matter. Make sure you get me to Waterloo Station in 2007. Because when I'm not thinking about the better.
Okay, so the one thing this is doing really well is pointing out how myopic the last one was. And I think he maybe should focus on this, sort of saying, hey, it's all very well and good, because the third chair can address what the second chair has said. That's perfectly acceptable. But sort of saying, hey, like, it's great if you end up in, you know, this Jewish rabbi's congregation. It's not so great if you end up, you know, in Syria right now, kind of thing. You know, like that is a horrible situation to be in, being a different religion. You know, if you are Kurdish, for instance, it's a horrible situation. If you end up in, you know, as a person in the Spanish Inquisition, that's not so great a situation. But yeah, I think he's doing a good job to point out the narrow focus of the last speaker. However, the Martian analogy, I don't know, it's kind of just falling a bit flat for me. I think, you know, a Martian, it's giving a bit of a weird vibe to it. I don't know why. Yeah.
I think he's just using it as shorthand for the outsider, the other person from outside the tribe kind of thing. Whereas in more secular societies, an outsider is tolerated, if not welcomed. Whereas in more insular conservative societies, an outsider is immediately killed.
Pretty much. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it has this sort of, I mean, he could make this analogy without the Martian kind of thing and just say, hey, you're a time traveler. Like, where do you want to go? Like, what religion, civilization do you want to visit if you're a time traveler? Almost none of them. You know, you would rather stay where you are in secular society than visit any of them at all. Because as an outsider, you would probably be put to death for not being of that religion. Just you know, I think that would gel a bit better. But I'm being nitpicky. I really am. I'm sorry.
Of the religious moralities in the Christian New Testament. Gosh, really? And I think about all these other teachings I find.
That was so English. Gosh, really? Oh, no. This man is used to talking for a long time.
That it is not simply a question of the teachings being very questionable, or not just a question of the practice allegedly based on those teachings, which is very questionable, but the entire assumption, the entire outlook about what it is to be a good person and to live a good and decent life, which is so at odds with the way we in our secularized modern Western liberal democracies have come to see as life of achieving and flourishing and doing well for others. And I end on this one note. Julia pointed out that, and so indeed did Nigel, that religion and its inspirations and the artists produced and the rest played a very important part in what you might call, what I might, speaking secularly, call the spiritual aspect of our lives, our emotional and intellectual responses, our enjoyment of beauty, our desire for love. And I mentioned this to you, as Hitch in his eloquent intervention during that moment was implying, those who don't have a religious outlook appreciate a fact about human beings. And for all their capacity for greed and unkindness and cruelty and the rest, they also have a remarkable capacity for the good, a deep sense of connectedness with other people and a desire to be connected with the world as a whole. You look at people in their gardens, or going for a walk in the country, or at a concert, or looking at pictures in an art gallery, and you see that you don't need supernatural agencies or religions or ancient scriptures to explain the fact that human beings are capable of good, and that most of the good that there is in the world has come from that source, and not from some alleged supernatural source. Many thanks.
Okay, so that's a good point. That's a good point to end on. We have something that religious people who, or I guess more fundamentalist religious people don't have, and that's an ability to see the inherent good in people as well as the inherent bad. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah. I also enjoy that the good comes from people. Like, people always want to give God the credit for the good. Oh, you recovered, God helped you. You suffered a concussion, well, that was just you being a dumbass, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But the reality is kind of the opposite. Every bit of good we have, from modern agriculture, making food accessible to more people, to vaccines, to doctors washing their hands, that all came from people. Not a
Yeah.
bit of it was supernaturally inspired or whatever. But
Right.
the bad things, the only time we ever see supernatural intervention in our histories is when it's time to flood the world or wipe out an entire nation or things.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
supernatural. And the plagues of Egypt never come by to heal all the sick or
Right.
regenerate all the
Yeah.
amputees, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a very good point.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you everybody for being here for this extraordinary debate. Rabbi Julian Neuberger asked, or suggested I might say something about my own connection with Methodist Hall. All I can say is that my father, when it crossed...
What is this like? Oh, I remember this all from my childhood. What? Like, what are we doing here? Is it trying to like connect with the audience, generate empathy, generate some sort of?
I think it's a credibility thing. Like, here we are in this prestigious venue where the great speakers have spoken before, and here I am speaking, which makes me a great speaker too, or something.
Well, and I've spoken here many times in my past, and I have fond memories of speaking here. Maybe that's it. I don't know. It's just weird that, like, so there's certain things you can do to build empathy with the audience, to build rapport with the audience, kind of thing in debates. So yeah, we're going on a technical thing again. Sorry, people, you know what you signed up for, just get over it, okay? But to build rapport with the people, but know your audience. Like, know if they're actually going to be impressed by you speaking. This just seems irrelevant to me. It seems like, well, who cares if you spoke here and have fond memories of the place? It doesn't do anything for me. Now, the people sitting in that audience, they may have, that might go, oh, yes, I remember watching, the great, person doing this speech. So that appeals to me, and you have that rapport. But for most of the audience, who is everybody that's going to watch it online, it doesn't mean anything. It seems pointless. Like, it just seems like you're sort of, just tooting your own horn about how you've spoken here before. Who cares?
And I consider it, maybe it's just me because my brain is weird, but I consider it a tactical mistake from debate perspective, because you generally lead with your strongest point. And if your strongest point is, look at this remarkable hall we're standing in, you've basically just said you have no case at all. Now, that probably isn't true, but it's not a strong start. No.
Yeah. It's just a question of relevance, like, you've come here to hear his opinion on the topic, and they don't have a lot of time. You may have noticed the time's very, very short for them. A couple have just been caught, like the last speaker. He's just been, what was his name? AC or something? Oh, God,
Grayling?
I'm terrible with names. Yeah, Grayling.
Me too.
Yeah, just got caught on time, kind of thing. So, don't, if you have limited time, don't muck around. You need to get those points out there, and you need to counter the other points. Like, don't muck around with, unless there's a point to it, like you need that rapport for something else, like you need that rapport for them to see your perspective or something like that. But if he's in
it's like, you and I go do a flat earth debate, and I open with, my favorite ice cream is strawberry. It's actually black raspberry, but whatever. It's irrelevant to the fuck. I'm just wasting my clock and the audience's time.
Yeah.
And that actually will cause antipathy in the audience. If they realize you're wasting their time, that's disrespectful as fuck.
Yeah. And that's why I'm always very critical of people saying, hey, I'm not here to debate. It's already been settled. Or I'm not here to debate. I'm here to educate you on this thing. It's like, the audience immediately goes, well, why the fuck are you here? Like, what are you doing here? You're in a debate. And I have that reaction as well. I say, hey, like, you're not here to debate, but you're participating in a debate. Like, what are you doing? It just seems irrelevant and unnecessary. And unless there's a really good reason to try and build rapport with the audience, and you know, and that's the one thing that a joke does at the start that will take way less time than meandering on about your fond memories of the place. Humor will instantly build that rapport. People will instantly sort of gravitate towards you if you can make a joke at the start. And I mean, I'm not that funny. I try my best, but I'm not that funny. I know it. And so I like to thank the audience for being there. I like to thank the host, because that does, you know, we say, hey, well, that's something you can do if you are having trouble building rapport. And like me, you're not funny at all. So
Yeah,
there you go.
it's like saying, I see you. You know, we're here for you, the audience. We're not just talking to our cameras for the shits of it, you know?
Yeah, they're clout chasing. Yeah, probably that's a part of it. They do want to sort of boost their own authority kind of thing. They want to make themselves more authoritative.
His mind that perhaps he should not bring his children up entirely without religion, searched our local town, High Wycombe, for the gloomiest chapel he could find. It was the Methodist, and we were duly sent there each Sunday. He not, of course, attending, being hoping to keep hold of the remaining bits of cheerfulness in his already gloomy personality. And this had a very remarkable effect on me. It meant that I secretly went every Sunday, not to the Methodist chapel, but to the Anglican church, and also to confirmation lessons thereafter, not unconnected with the presence at those lessons of a very attractive girl in a white Macintosh. This was my first encounter.
The fuck was that all about?
I don't know. He's sort of saying, hey, he had a crush on a girl, so he went to the Methodist church instead. So a Macintosh is a raincoat in England. I'm pretty sure of that. I'm pretty sure. You know, I don't think it's a computer. It's a Macintosh is a raincoat.
I'm just was I heard people laughing. I'm not sure why that was funny, but okay. But also, I don't know.
I think it's because they're kind of like, I think that he's trying to build rapport with the audience. So they probably have memories of oh, did I miss a super chat? I think I did. From Tappy.
You missed a Weasel chat.
I missed a Weasel chat. That's grounds for excommunication. And Weasel says, member for 9 months. Weasel cult, smar that button, that like button. Smar it. Yeah, smar it real good.
You know, that is what a responsible cult leader does, is inspires the cult members to do some real good in the world.
Real good.
Like hitting the like button.
That does me good. I got to say. Thank you so much, Tapioca Weasel. You're my favorite ferret. What?
That's speciesist and offensive, Mark. How dare you?
Dear. No, thanks, Tap. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Vandy. Yeah, okay. So I think it's because people have gone to church because they've liked a girl and not because of the church, right? That experience may be more ubiquitous than, especially in England where people are pretty atheistic. Even if they go to church, they don't necessarily believe it, kind of thing. That may be the case, that they go to church because there is a nice looking guy or a hot girl or something there, or non-binary they're interested in. Maybe that is a thing he's trying to build up.
That doesn't really make a strong case for religion. Like,
no,
I've known people.
No, it does not.
Whenever you start out a story with, there was this girl, it's probably not going to go somewhere that supports the idea that humanity is better off with religion.
Yeah, and I mean, it sort of says, hey, like, it's probably best if you ignore that religion because, you know, you might end up happy and in a good relationship and stuff. Like, what are you trying to get across here?
With that aspect.
You're making these drastic life decisions, and it's making you happy. What if it's permanent? Oh, the happiness might be permanent. Oh no.
Oh no. I might do things that are good for me and the society around me instead of good for some amorphous God being that I really don't know what they want of me. Oh no. What am I ever going to do? Keep going. You're doing fine.
Aspect of the religious experience, which some people call transcendental. And I've held on to it ever since. And
did he just say that he had sex with that girl in the white Macintosh?
I think he attempted to imply it.
But let's go back as I said.
it meant that I secretly went every Sunday, not to the Methodist chapel, but to the Anglican church, and also to confirmation lessons thereafter, not unconnected with the presence at those lessons of a very attractive girl in a white Macintosh. This was my first encounter with that aspect of the religious experience, which some people call transcendental. And I've held on to it ever since, and I entirely agree with our first speaker, Dr. Spivey, that this is something that will never be removed from the human condition.
No, I don't think sex will be removed from the human condition either. What are you talking about? Like, this is not a religious argument. Transcendental.
I could see the transcendental part being a joke, like he's crossing the Anglican line or whatever the fuck, but not doing good as far as like actually participating in the debate so far.
Right. But sort of so there's the sort of colloquialism where you sort of say, oh, well, I got to know her in the biblical sense, right? Sort of religious sense kind of thing, as you had sex kind of thing. So I'm not. I presume that's the joke. What he means by in that, like, that's the first time I got the transcendental way. I think that's what he's alluding to. I think it's a sex joke, like a Christian sex joke.
Disturbing.
Well, I mean, look, it doesn't surprise me that you went to a different church because there was a girl that you liked, and you were attracted to her, and shit happened. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand all of that. I just don't understand how it's connected to your frigging argument, because your religion's telling you not to do that. That's bad. That's horrible, and it sounds like you're in favor of it. It's weird. And then you want to claim it as religious. It's not religious.
Would that be blasphemy, going to a confirmation class just to hook up, not because you actually want to get to know God better?
Look, real talk, I don't know what confirmation class is. I got to be honest with you. I have no idea.
So,
a course of study in the fundamentals of religion designed to prepare young people for confirmation, and is usually conducted by a
confirmation, as I understand it, is like the Christian version of bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah. It's somewhere around the age of 13. Now you've reached the age of reason, not the age of majority, but the age where you can be sold off into marriage in 43 U.S. states. But never mind that. You're 13-ish, and then you go up to the altar and you take your first communion, and then you become a real Christian. Or something like that.
Okay, gotcha. I'm pretty sure they didn't teach him that in the class, but who knows? It might have been very. I don't know. I mean, it just sounds like a nonsense argument to me. Ugh.
Now, I have to speak as a philosopher, so I refer to one of the great philosophers, Plato, who set out to describe an ideal republic in which reason would prevail over passion and in which the citizens would be guided by the truth. It is fair to say that Plato found ordinary humanity to be a profound disappointment, as do most of the speakers on the other side.
Yeah, but didn't Plato believe in the gods?
I'm not. He spoke about the gods, though it's not clear whether he was a believer or was just using them as a useful concept to quickly convey the ideas he actually wanted to talk about.
So I think that he believed in divinity, but not the stories of the gods, and so that's why he was sort of sentenced to death? Because didn't he have to drink hemlock
No,
for
that's
corrupting the youth?
Socrates.
Oh, that was Socrates. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I don't know. I don't know. Well, let's hear him out. I mean, he's going on about philosophy. It's better than him going on about his misspent youth.
In all kinds of ways, people conspired against their own happiness by allowing the darker forces within to gain the upper hand. They amused themselves with poetry, which told them lies about heroes and gods. In politics, they preferred consoling lies to uncomfortable truths, and so tied themselves in knots of self-deception. When it came to music, they had a distressing tendency to prefer the orgastic tunes and rhythms of the pop stars, instead of the upright marches which bring order to the soul. All in all, human beings as they existed in Plato's day were on the side of disorder, falsehood, and irrationality. The only solution was to devise a new kind of society with the philosophers in charge and the forces of unreason expelled into the outer darkness. The poets would be ordered to leave, so too would the priests of Dionysus and other orgiastic.
Is that what he suggested?
What the fuck history is he reading from?
I know that he suggested a state based upon nothing but reason and ruled by philosophers. I know he did do that. That's what he suggested. But I don't think he said that the poets and things should be expelled. Is that what he said?
I'm not familiar with 100% of his work, so I can't say he didn't say it, but...
Oh, let me have a look. Yeah, so it was the Republic that he put it into. Like, that was the whole point, right? That was the issue, and there was the sort of dialogues with Socrates. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that that's the case, that he wanted to expel all the poets and things that he said.
Yeah, Shakespeare wanted to kill all the lawyers.
That's lawyers. That's a totally different bucket of fish. If you've dealt with a hard lawsuit, you probably can see his point. Look, I think lawyers are important. I really do. But sometimes it our systems are terrible.
Yes, the
I don't know. Well, if he does,
of lawyers.
If he does, like, if Plato did sort of advocate for expelling the arts from our society, I would strongly disagree. I would absolutely disagree. So this seems like an appeal to authority, right? That Plato said this, so that's what all people who don't want religion want. No, that's not the case.
Yeah, that's also a weird thing for a Christian to say, because even though Plato wasn't Christian, his well, it was technically Aristotle's student, but influenced by Plato's teachings, Platonius, who posited the idea that God must be the personification of goodness because reasons. And that's literally where the Christian idea of God is good comes from, because the Bible is very clear that God creates both good and evil, that God works evil. I mean, I think it's Isaiah 32:14, perhaps, where God says that he repents of the evil he thought to do unto his people. He does evil, and he regrets doing evil. So this idea that God is all good all the time, that's not from the Bible. That's from Platonius. Who couldn't have come up with that idea without Plato's forms to draw upon.
And so that's what I was going to get to. Yeah, Plato's ideal forms, I think, is a crock of crap. Like, I don't agree with that at all. So using Plato as this is what people would want without religion, I feel like it is kind of a straw man, or at least sort of, an appeal to authority, as Plato representing all those that do not want religion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, even if Plato did think that religion needed to be excommunicated, it's still, it's like saying, Dawkins is an atheist and a transphobe, therefore all atheists are transphobes.
Right, exactly.
Cults, so too with the Corribants and the pop stars. People would be educated on a diet of pure philosophy, which would ensure that reason prevailed in every decision, and that the...
Well, it's better than feeding them these frigging Iron Age myths throughout their life and, seeing them grow up to deny basic scientific principles. I think Dawkins covered that one quite well, quite frankly. Teach them critical thinking. What's wrong with that? I don't get what's wrong with that.
You teach them critical thinking, they're not as easy to trick. And it's not just about getting them to follow religion. The entire point that, at least in the American evangelical system, is trying to enforce religion on everyone isn't for the glory of God or whatever bullshit. It's because once people have disabled their critical thinking, they're easier to trick, they're easier to control. And that's the actual goal, is having control over the people.
And I don't understand, because this guy's a philosopher. So he's upset that Plato said that to teach people philosophy. Aren't you a philosophy teacher? Just saying.
The soul of the citizen would be as well ordered and harmonious as the soul of the state. Plato is only one of the many thinkers down the ages who have advocated an ideal of reason and reasonableness, and who have dismissed those aspects of the human condition which fail to conform to it. Plato was ambivalent about religion, since he believed that it had both rational and irrational forms, but he was adamant that the irrational forms were dangerous and that we would be better off without them. Suppose someone were to say that we would be better off without love. After all,
who's saying we're better? How does religion equate to love?
Because God is love, or something.
Do you think that, like, people stop having religion, they suddenly don't experience love anymore? That's so weird. That's so weird. This guy's weird. I don't like this man. He's weird. Who is he? Roger Scruton.
He's for a philosopher, he's got a disturbingly non-zero number of non sequiturs in his case.
Fine. I can pretty definitively prove that love is does not hinge on religion. I can pretty definitively show that is the case.
after all, love often leads to disaster. The love of Helen for Paris, for instance, which led to the Trojan War. Love brings with it jealousy, possessiveness, obsession, and grief. People can love the wrong things and the wrong people. They can go astray through love as they do through hatred. Most people in this room, I hope, would respond to that argument in the following way. They would say, whatever the disasters that love may cause, love, judged in itself and without regard to contingencies, is a human good. Perhaps the greatest of human goods. The important thing is to learn to love rightly and in the right frame of mind.
Okay, so you're basically saying because love has downsides, and religion has downsides, then love and religion should be considered the same thing. So what good? So there's things that occur that only love can give us, like the familial bonding, the bonding with our friends, the bonding, societal cohesion and things like that. That only a sense of love can give you. What is it that only religion can give you? And that brings us back to what you said at the very start, Ember. What is it, that a religion can do that a secular one cannot do?
Indeed.
So where's the good?
Guilt for no reason. Shame for bad reason. There's a lot. But also the way he's arguing, it reminds me of the Monty Python argument. If she's a witch, she must weigh as much as a duck because she's made of wood.
Right.
It's that seems to be the logical train he's following here.
Yeah, it's a false equivalency. Yeah, absolutely. It's weird.
The disasters, if they come as accidents and not by necessity. That is surely the response that should be made on behalf of religion. Of course, religion leads to disaster.
Accidents. It comes as accidents. Oh no, I'm sure the Inquisition was just somebody stumbled and wrote that into church doctrine, and they just tripped over and created the Inquisition. What are you talking about?
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Like the destruction of the Cathars was just, the Pope accidentally tripped over and signed the deaths of these people. Yeah, no, total accident. No, it's religion lends itself to these outcomes by saying that this doctrine is special. The people that believe it are special, and those that aren't are not worth as much, or they're worth absolutely nothing because they are not adherents to your religion. Like, this isn't an accident. It doesn't go this way every time we see a theocracy implemented. Just by chance. I really want to push back on what this guy considers an accident, you know.
Wouldn't we
Whoops,
consider
9/11.
an accident to be an act of God?
Maybe.
Masters like the 30 Years' War. People can believe in false gods, attach themselves to evil rituals, and so on. Religion can have.
Yeah, which gods are false? Oh, everyone but yours. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I gotcha.
Exert a stultifying effect.
That leads to an interesting philosophical idea. If belief in a
that?
false god is harmful, which
Yeah.
I believe our friend here would accede to, then while you may contend that religion as a concept has benefits and maybe even is a net good for society, if the religion is to a false god, then it's overall detrimental. Therefore, in order to justify belief in a religion and gaining access to the net goods that it provides, you must first demonstrate that it is a true religion, or a religion to a true God.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm down with that. Now please demonstrate.
Yes. Demonstrate the truth of your God. Well, yeah, but obviously this is a debate not on that subject. He can just assume for the purposes of this that the religion is true, but it still doesn't get him past the hurdle that his religion. So does that mean if the religion does harm, the God cannot be true? It cannot be a true God.
I'd say not necessarily. First of all, because, you know, most good things also have harmful side effects, whether they're true or a false idea. So it'd have to be overall net harm, and it would have to be a god who claims to be a force for good in the world. Like if you worship an evil god, you would expect there to be harm, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Effect on the intelligence, imagination, and humanity of those who subscribe to it. Do we think that that is not true also of science sometimes? Anyway, none of those possibilities implies that there.
Do we think that's not true of science sometimes? Yes, sometimes science gets it absolutely wrong and does horrible things. But overall, science's net benefit is amazing for humans. In fact, every single time we've had a benefit, it's probably come from somebody inventing something or using science to do it.
Here we are using scientific sorcery to communicate across the fucking planet in near real time.
And even if science had downsides, I don't know what this is, because he's kind of doing a just instead of saying, hey, here's all the good that religion does, he's sort of saying, hey, science has downsides too.
Yeah, it's a
I'm thinking that way. Yes.
It doesn't even have relevance. Like, okay, let's grant the point that science also can do harm. In fact, let's expand that point and say science does more harm than good. Science is overall harmful. Cool. We should morally eliminate science, whatever. We'll grant that for the sake of argument. What does that mean about your religion? Like, why it doesn't reflect on whether religion is good for humans or not. It's a separate topic.
It would be
ice cream. Is ice cream good for people? Who cares? It's irrelevant to the topic.
Right. So it would be pertinent in the debate, is science good for society? But nobody would have that debate, because in order to have that debate, you would probably need microphones and TVs and cameras, which would be a result of science. So
and they'd probably, like, I don't know, find some type of transportation. Like, even if you want to go old school, you know, Amish level, while you're riding in a carriage, which is carpentry and agriculture and etc. Like you cannot get away from science.
You're at the wrong debate. Go 2 doors down. That's where they're having the science debate.
In the
There is
other
not a
great
proper-
hall that the great speakers have
Yeah, that brings to mind this girl that I fucked. Sorry, I don't know. I'm very sweary today. Have you noticed that? I don't know why. I think Beans has been rubbing off on me, or rubbing up against me. I don't know, one of the two. I don't know.
Damn it,
the development of the religious urge,
Beansy, get the bonk stick.
in which people learn to worship the right things in the right way. Christopher Hitchens travels around the world visiting places beginning with the letter B, and discovering all around him insoluble conflicts. Maybe that's partly his problem, but of course those conflicts exist.
Oh no, I don't think the current wars in the Middle East are Christopher Hitchens' problem. Come on, dude. What are you doing?
Damn it, Christopher.
He finds insoluble problem. Maybe that's his problem. No, I'm pretty sure, the current conflict between the Jewish peoples and the Muslim peoples in the Middle East is not a result of Christopher Hitchens' perception. Come on. Well,
exist. But is religion the cause of them, or just one of the ways in which they're expressed? Visiting one of those places beginning with the letter B once, namely Beirut, in the middle of the Civil War, I went out of the city to a nunnery nearby, in the countryside nearby, in which all kinds of victims of the Civil War had found refuge and were being looked after by a little nun. And I said to her, "How on earth can you cope with this influx of damaged people? What are you to do about it?" And she said to me something very simple. She said, "Que le bon Dieu est bon. On lui donne comme ça, et il nous rend comme ça." She opened her arms and said, "He gives us back 10 times what we offer him." And what has he offered her? He offered her the ability to look after damaged people of every faith and restore them to a sense of normality and to live life again. That seemed to me to be an adequate expression of the religious urge. Now, but to defend...
Okay, so that person found their faith and their belief in religion to be beneficial. But then I can point to, say, Médecins Sans Frontières. I mean, if we want to get French about it, and they have no religious affiliation at all. A lot of the doctors are atheists. They don't have any connection to anybody at all. They just do medicine, and that's it. And that's that science you were talking so badly about. And now one of the greatest organizations for helping people on Earth, because they're not just offering religious succor, they're offering actual scientific medicine to people that cannot access it.
Yeah, Doctors Without Borders is clearly the religious urge or something. Except it's not, though, because we've seen people, we've seen videos of people go to church and do the wave the arms and make the blah, blah, blah noises and have that moment of ecstasy. And that's a religious urge. The wish to help hurt people get back on their feet, that's a humanitarian urge. That's a compassionate urge. If that happens to coincide with religion for an individual, then bully for them. They're a good person, whether they're religious or not.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean religion gets credit for that.
Right, absolutely. And I mean, the religion may get a little bit of credit for it, but then you've got to also credit science for it as well, because you've got doctors out there doing their thing. You've got to acknowledge that. So in that case, why do we need religion? If it comes with all of this baggage and gives us none of the advantages by itself, and you can point to things like Mother Teresa, who was absolutely awful. Just like, that was shockingly awful what she did. Refusing people valid medical treatments because suffering was holy. You don't point out that one, do you, mate? Probably because Christopher Hitchens would jump out of his chair and slap you across the face like Will Smith.
A literal hitch slap, yes.
Yeah,
we're kind of still doing that in the U.S. in a different fashion. Again, it comes to my mind this whole concept of trans people should just suffer because suffering is holy. Do conversion therapy where they make you suffer until you beg them to stop making you suffer. Or even the very concept behind the evangelical branches of Christianity's religion itself. Why is there evil in the world? Well, to make you beg God to stop hurting you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the great good behind the evil in the world. Like,
Ugh.
the fuck, how twisted does this
Yeah.
have to be, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing righteous about suffering. Life is hard enough without saying, hey, we can't do anything about suffering when we can. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I can think of ways where suffering can be a virtue. When you choose
Yes.
to take it on yourself or
Mhm.
something that you perceive as a high enough value. You decide it's a value. Like when a fireman runs into a burning building to save a child
Right,
and
yeah.
suffers for it, possibly dies for the attempt, because that's where the prioritized value is it's worth the risk to attempt to save the child.
Yeah.
That is righteous suffering. It's self-sacrifice. It's not society forcing something upon you because old book knows best or some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
The religious urge, we have to know what kind of thing we as religious people are. And this is the place where philosophy has something to say. What part of our nature draws us to religion? And what is needed if that part is to be rightly guided? Science and logic are not the only spheres in which our reason shows itself. We seek for the causes of things, but we also seek for their meaning. We have moral values, aesthetic tastes, yearnings and aspirations, which for want of a better word we call spiritual. Such things are not irrational, even if we find it difficult to provide a scientific foundation for them. Indeed, it is only a rational being who experiences the world in this way, in terms of meanings, values, tastes, and aspirations, and who feels, as a result, the tension between his life and his ideals. There is nothing irrational in this. On the contrary, not to feel it is to be only half alive to the human condition. It is what I suspect Christopher Hitchens felt, seeing the disasters which he encountered as a journalist. People who do not convey to us, in whatever way, an awareness of their shortcomings do not attract our sympathy. They're not really of our kind. And isn't it plausible to think that
Oh, if I could kind one more time this weekend, I will vomit blood. I swear. I've heard it way too much this weekend. Just saying. I'm not. I'm sorry. That was my best Star Trek impersonation. Look, I don't know where he's going with this. He's sort of trying to appropriate all kindness, all virtue for religion. He suggested that it had something to do with Christopher Hitchens being outraged about the atrocities that religions are committing. I'm not sure where he's going with this.
it is precisely this aspirational side of people that draws them to religion? As rational beings, we cannot be satisfied with causal explanations only. The question why has for us another meaning. Not what is the cause, but what is the reason. For what end does this or that exist?
Yeah, but you don't get a reason from religion. You don't get a reason. You like say, well, why do children suffer with leukemia and spend their days in pain? God works in mysterious ways. That's not a why.
I don't know. I'm stuck on distinction without a difference comes to mind. We have the cause but not the reason. What?
Well, I kind of get what he's saying, where sort of science gives you the how but not the why kind of thing. I kind of get that. I do sort of get where he's going at. Like science can give you the mechanisms for all of these natural things, but doesn't give you the purpose kind of thing. Does that make sense to you? Like it may give you functionality, but it doesn't give you what you should do with it.
That's an interesting way to put it, because I was thinking of when a scientist tries to give a talk to kindergartners or second graders or small children and says, atoms come together when protons, neutrons, and electrons, they all set up in a stable state or try to be a stable state. If they're not, then they get radiation, whatever. And the kids say, but why? And then you go,
Yeah.
you fall back to the next level. We do have Ys, but the Ys go to the quarks and then down into the more base
Yeah.
particles, the weird shit, and so on, and eventually follow the chain of Ys all the way back to the Big Bang, or sometimes I don't know, or we don't know yet. It's not not defined yet. Something like, but we do have the Ys. But I think I grasp that the reason there's a chain of Ys is because they're not asking what's the mechanism that makes that behave that way. It's what is the purpose. But the purpose is, that's a property of mind. That's either inferred or assigned. You know, like what's the purpose of a hammer rather than how did the hammer come to be, kind of thing.
Right, exactly. Yeah, yeah. And that's what I'm getting at. Yeah. So science can sort of tell you what the hammer's made up of and how it was made, but it doesn't tell you what you should use it for. Yes, and absolutely. Yeah. And Earl's right. You can use it for banning people.
That's
exactly. That's exactly why it should be used. But science won't tell you that. I'll tell you that.
Big science is hiding the truth from you.
Yeah, big science is hiding the truth of the ban hammer. All right. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that this kind of philosophy of sort of this like you're saying, purpose is sort of given by us. It doesn't exist inherently in nature, kind of thing. Like I don't think there is any purpose inherent in nature. I kind of, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like what's the purpose of a rock? You pick up a rock. What's the purpose of this? Is it to add mass to the Earth so that the moon stays in orbit properly, so that
But that's not really a purpose,
yeah,
that's just
exactly
what it does. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
For Professor Dawkins, religion has nothing to say about what life is for, so he said to us. But in fact, it's precisely religion which addresses the question what life is for, as opposed to what caused it.
No, he's saying that we give ourselves purpose. We tell ourselves what life is for. We decide what life is for. Religion, religion can do that.
I mean, religion can make up answers. It can make up answers to anything, but I mean, we can do that without religion also. Like, I forget who said it, but there's a quote that stuck in my mind from years ago, that only a fool believes that life has but one purpose.
Right.
Like, what do you mean by the purpose of life? The purpose of living beings is to reproduce. That's how biology works. That's how evolution works. You survive and you replicate.
I don't think that's necessarily the case on an individual level, though.
Yeah,
I think
like what's the purpose of your life? Well, maybe you'll have kids, maybe not. But even if you do have kids, like I'm a parent, but I'm more than just a parent. I'm not just a mechanism for which my children were able to exist. You know, I do more than that.
And if you're overpopulating, your purpose may not be to have children. It might be like, so I think your purpose is more species driven than it is sort of individualistic driven. So I don't know. It's a weird thing, but yeah, like individual purpose, you kind of choose that for yourself. That's what he's saying, not that you have no purpose intrinsically and you don't have any purpose at all. That's not what he's saying. So I think he's really misrepresenting Dawkins there. Oh, Dawkins misrepresented? Never happened. It's never happened. Never will happen. Come on now.
As rational beings, we look for meanings, connections, harmonies, and symmetries. We want the world to make sense to us and to answer our questions, not merely in the way the laws of nature answer the inquiries of a scientist, but in the way that the laws of harmony answer the aspirations of a musician.
I'm sorry, what are the laws of harmony? Are there laws of harmony? Is this a thing? Have I been sleeping on the law?
Does he mean like frequencies? Like harmonic chords are multiples of the same frequency or vibrate, something like that? Like,
I've never heard of the laws of harmony. I don't.
I mean, he may just be like spitballing, but he also could be talking about music theory.
Maybe. I don't know.
Our reason overreaches the bounds of science, and this is not a deficiency in our reason, but a deficiency in science. Moreover, as rational beings, we make an absolute distinction between right and wrong, good and evil, virtue and vice.
We make an absolute distinction between right and wrong. Maybe you do, I don't. I think that killing somebody is wrong, but in certain cases it can be right. There's nothing absolute about it. And I want to give a big thank you for Ian Davenport, $5 dues, and a super sticker, which I can't see right now, but I will look at it. Keep it up.
Thingy displays
exercise. Yeah, I think Ian's telling me to exercise. I think that's essentially what he's doing. Yes, you are correct. I do need to exercise. You're right. Anyway, yeah, absolute. I think you're begging the question there, mate.
Ooh, I have one of those. Where is it? Here. I have so many buttons. There it is.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have more fallacies?
Please, sir. Can I see the root of your argument?
Can I have more fallacies?
And we found our lives on the belief that some things are intrinsically worthwhile and to be pursued for their own sake. Not pleasure only, but love, duty, virtue, and kindness. We can't mount a deductive or scientific argument.
Yeah, I don't think we would say they're pursued for their own sake. It's social cohesion, it's empathy, it's reciprocity, it's getting a good feeling from doing it. I think you're assuming that I think that they're intrinsic and not a social What? He's assuming a whole lot here. I feel like he's talking to religious people right now.
It is tradition, I believe.
Yeah.
And in favour of those values for all that Professor Grayling says, but we condemn those who condemn them and believe that reason is on our side. All those facts about the human condition dispose us to look for the places where we can stand, as it were, at the window of our empirical world and gaze out towards the transcendental, the places from which light from that other sphere floods over us as it flooded over that little nun in the nunnery near Beirut.
You need to get a window that floods less, mate. What is he talking about?
Have you been outside?
We stand at the window and gaze upon the transcendental. Dude, are you a philosopher or a poet? Because seriously, man, like, no, I don't stand at the window and gaze upon the transcendental. No, I don't. I don't know what he's like. I feel like he is preaching to the choir, essentially. I'm not sure. I mean, yes, there are concepts that are, not physical, like morality and stuff, but I think they're a social construct. I don't think they're a real thing. I don't think they transcend some sort of physical to heavenly barrier. I don't know. Peeping Tom? Could be.
I felt the need to Google transcendental because my meat brain couldn't differentiate between transcendental and transcendent, and I'm like, I should just go look. And
yeah, absolutely.
The first definition that pops up is an idealistic philosophical and social movement developed in New England around 1836 in reaction to rationalism influenced by Romanticism, Platonism, and Kantian philosophy.
Oh, boy.
So his own view depends on Plato, whom he was just dissing. I find it amusing, but I'm easily amused.
Yeah.
There is nothing irrational in looking for these places or in the thought that we find them by locating what is sacred, sacred words, sacred texts, and sacred rituals. Now, I don't deny that there are wrong ways of pursuing this religious quest. Those for whom faith is a call to arms are obviously a threat to all of us. But although they make the most noise, they are not the most numerous among religious people. For most people, religion is what it has always been, a cultivation of piety, a humility in the face of creation, and an attempt to live according to a shared moral code.
Yeah, so humility in the face of creation. Nothing begged in there. What the hell, dude? Seriously?
No loaded language, no smuggled in concepts, none of that business. No, Sagan, right? Carl Sagan, Tiny Little Speck, whole freaking poem, which I I didn't memorize it, so I can't recite it, which is unfortunate because it's a great poem. But it, here we are thinking we're the main characters of the fucking universe, but we're actually just these insignificant organic beings on the skin of a pebble, a mote of dust hanging in a sunbeam, in one arm of one galaxy, so on and so on and so on. You want to talk about humility in the face of the cosmos? That's humility, not this.
Absolutely.
We're the chosen people. God created the whole universe so we could stand here and suck Jesus's dick. You know?
Totally. No, I'm right on board. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good point.
That is what reason demands, and it is only those who have a narrow and stultifying view of human reason, who wish to reduce it like Plato to the abstract pursuit of philosophy, or to reduce it still further like Professor Dawkins to the more concrete pursuit of science, who would wish to banish religion from our ideal republic. It is only such people, who are in my view the enemies of reason, who could imagine that this constant companion of our species, which has been at our side through all our sorrows and all our joys, is somehow superfluous to our real requirements.
That's not a good argument. It's always been there. It's not a good argument.
And also, it hasn't always been there either.
Well, yeah, depending on I mean, I assume he thinks that we've always had religion. I suppose I am making that assumption. Yeah, it may not have always been there, and cancer's probably always been with us. It doesn't mean that we have to have cancer. If we can get rid of it, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because that is not a good argument. That's a terrible argument. Like, if it is a bad thing and has always been with us, then it is high time we got rid of it because it's a bad thing. Not a good argument.
Mm-hmm.
And can be kicked out of the city gates, along with all the art and poetry and music that makes no sense without it, and all the aspirations.
I'm sorry, poetry and music makes no sense without religion. Are you
Boy,
serious?
I have some bands I'd like to introduce him to.
I will mention the aforementioned Tim Minchin again. I'm pretty sure he doesn't need. Well, maybe he does. Maybe he has to have religion to pick on. But he went ahead and wrote the musical Matilda, which was really good. Spent ages on West End or whatever it is. Is that West End? That's the big New York thing. Anyway, whatever. But the whole point is
West
he's
End
really
is London, but yeah,
London. West
Broadway
End and
in
Broadway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, my uncultured nature's coming out.
It's the far side of the planet. It's fine.
Nobody pays attention to the United States. It's irrelevant. What was I saying? Yeah, so that is an atheist writing atheist music. Like, where is the God involved? Like, this is. I'm really disliking the way that he's just making these casual assumptions about human nature, kind of thing. It really is terrible. Like I said, I think he's preaching to the choir. He's really talking to the Christians in the room who already believe this stuff.
The giving religion credit for all the good things.
Absolutely.
Without
everything.
religion, there would be no beauty. No.
I don't see why that follows. As you said earlier, complete non sequitur.
And ideals that implants in the ordinary human soul.
Someone take a.
Okay, so the question's really bad. I think I might end it there because the questions they sort of come from left field. They take three at a time, then they go to one, and then it's all a mess. So I might call it there. But what did you think?
Not super impressive. I mean, our science friends, their arguments were fairly predictable, mostly rational.
That's
but
true.
Nothing really show-stopping. Not to say they did a bad job, just it wasn't spectacular. But our theist friends really shit the bed. Like, none of those were good or persuasive in any way. But they did give us lots of interesting things to talk about, and not just jumping points for tangents, but legitimate points to be made about things that actually do matter. So
I think that probably the best was probably Hitchens. There's a reason why he's in the head chair, or the first chair. I think that he sort of talked about how religion, whether religion is good, really depends on, with his sort of thing of, well, would you be happy to meet people out of a prayer meeting? Well, it depends on what time and place you're in now, doesn't it? Because it would be fine if it was a bunch of, very, very progressive, Methodists or something. It's going to be a nightmare if they're radical Islamic people. So I think that was a really good analogy. Dawkins, obviously, I think Dawkins is way better on science than he is on theological debates, to be honest with you. He's way better on.
It's
That's
only
not
the
surprising.
crossover that made him relevant even a little bit. Like,
yeah, but he's better on evolution debates, which is totally unsurprising because he's an evolutionary biologist. So that's the least surprising thing to say. But you're right. I think you are right. It was a decent but not exceptional performance on the part of the atheist. It's one of the most horrendous performances I've seen on the part of the theist side. I mean, to have the first chair stand up and say, well, it's not worth debating because it's always going to be here, is one of the worst tactics I've ever seen in a debate. It's as good as going in there and saying, hey, I'm not here to debate this. It's that bad.
Yeah, all in all, their net arguments for the good of religion all boiled down to things that aren't anything to do with religion or exist in spite of religion. There was a lot of undermining their own argument going on, including that last guy. I just can't get over the fact that he was shitting on Plato and then uses Plato as the basis for his own belief system.
Well, it might not be the entirety of Plato he's using. It might just be the ideal forms, because a lot of religious people do use the Platonic ideals as part of their philosophy kind of thing, especially idealists. So
Craig comes to mind.
Sure, yeah, and a lot of other idealists. Obviously, the transcendentalism is using it as well. A lot of them do, because to their mind, something that exists but is not physical, it must be somewhere. And we can just sort of say, hey, yeah, like the materialists can just say, hey, yeah, it's like just a construct in our brain made of electrons that holds the concept, but the concept isn't a concrete. But they think it is actually existent somewhere in some spiritual nature. To me, it's the worst argument. It's just a shockingly bad idea. But the fact that he just assumes it's true and goes on with it is kind of wow. So he's assuming love is this thing that exists in some spiritual plane.
Well, yeah, Aphrodite, the personification of one very specific kind of love, but still.
Yeah. Which he shared with some girl in a white Macintosh because he wanted to get out of church, which for an opening, I haven't heard much of a worse opening by a theist to say, hey, I did the dirty with a girl from my church group. Ta-da. What were you trying to do? Like, I don't understand that. Ta-da, bitches. All right. Well, I mean, I did like going through I always have fun hanging out with you, Ems. I really do. And you look fantastic. I'm so sorry that we had a bunch of, just one rude and obnoxious person in particular. I want to give a big shout out to all my mods. I'm talking about mine like they belong to me, but the mods that make this channel amazing. I want to give a big shout out to all of the channel members who are amazing as well. Yeah, and thanks so much, mods. Robin, I Killed Earl. I think I would have been in trouble without you, and so we may not need religion, but we do need moderators. I gotta say. I'll that. Yeah. Do you have anything else to add? Any other thoughts? Any other things?
I don't know. I'm just thinking that religion should probably be censored, and as to whether the debate today was convincing, I'm going to go the Eric Hovind route on that one. And
what's the Eric Hovind route?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Big old nope.
Big. Is that a fish he's measuring?
I
caught a nope and it was this big.
It was from what that big long series I did after the Comic-Con last year, that 7-part series. I can't remember the point he was expounding on at the time, but he just went like that, and I'm like, he should be holding a big old sign. So that's where that graphic came from.
Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna have
Looks good.
Eric back on this Sunday's live stream. Actually, he went and did a thing about how banning books is actually good. So no.
No, I fact
he's
checked.
getting my nope stick.
Amy said that they banned dictionaries in one part of Florida, and I thought, no, that couldn't. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. Looked it up. Yep, they did that. So I was over at Amy Newman's, and some part in Florida banned dictionaries. Do you know why? They had dirty words in them.
Awesome.
Yeah. The Florida school pulls dictionaries for sexual conduct descriptions. Yep, they did that. Yeah, okay, I'll share it. This was news to me. I discovered it yesterday watching the wonderful Amy Newman show, and I was like, oh, that's just that can't be right.
I mean, if you hear something about the United States and your first thought is that can't be right, it probably actually happened.
Yeah, so it was Escambia. I don't know where that is. Don't know when. Located in Pensacola, Florida. Okay, there's only one reason why I know where Pensacola is, and that's because it housed a random cult leader who go by the name. To protect his name, I will call him Hent Covend. That's what I'll call him. Yeah, so Ripley's Believe It or Not, the Guinness Book of World Records. Like, seriously? It's ridiculous. What are they doing? What are they doing? Yeah.
As you might expect, Eric, because he stole his dad's entire thing, is also based in Pensacola, which is why his dad had to go set up in Alabama. So yeah.
All right. Well, that's depressing. But look, it'll change. Things will change. We'll get them unbanned because it's ridiculous. But in a way, it's good that it happened because it shows just how ridiculous these laws are. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's really bad, but at the same time, what did you expect from doing stuff like this? If you ban every book that mentions a word, of course dictionaries are going to, like, this just shows how absurd the laws are. So in a way, it's kind of a good thing. The long term, maybe. I don't know if it's worth it, but it does show how stupid this is. So don't ban books. Please don't ban books, no matter what they are. It's a silly idea. But I want to thank everybody for coming. Thank you so much, Ember. I thank you for coming. Next week, your channel, you get the choice. I really wanted to flip again, so we have you choosing the debate because I felt like I think I've chosen the last couple, so I think that's a good time to do the switch over and change it over. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Really appreciate it. Again, thank you to the mods, especially. This was kind of a bit sort of fiery at the start, so thank you so much. And thank you for watching. And be kind to one another. Be kind to yourself. If you start thinking too much about how Florida sucks, be kind to yourself and realize that it's going to be okay. It's just Florida. We can cut them off and push them out to sea. Oh, what's the stream tomorrow? Is that the makeup thing?
Yes. I is going to come by and
yeah.
Show
all right.
me
Well,
a
I'm
thing or
gonna
two.
link it. I'm gonna link it. Just because I freaking well can. Yeah, makeup basics. So if you did need to know, look, I know nothing about makeup, and I'm probably gonna watch it. Actually, I'm so
Makeup is
Um,
fucking there's so much fascinating. Like there's art to it. There's mixing colors. There's blending. There's dealing with the biology of your own face and learning how to
right.
do things. And I mean, I'm very very new at it, but I know a couple of things that people might not know, and Earl's going to show me things, and so yeah, I think it'll be a good basis for anybody
Uh,
who's ever wanted to. Like, there's great tutorials out there on YouTube,
yeah, yeah.
fantastic ones, but they all assume a certain base level of knowledge, which means there's a gap between a person who has no idea about anything and being able to utilize those tutorials.
Hmm.
And I'd like to put some basics out there. So yeah, we're gonna uh start from scratch and build up a look, and then both Earl and I are gonna wear what we create on our respective shows later.
2 in the morning for me. So probably for Queensland, it's 4 in the morning, I would imagine. Why do you do this to me? Why don't you have everything according to no, yeah, 4 in the morning. When you say tomorrow, that's 11 hours. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately well,
It's
I
not
assume we're still 12 hours apart, so it'd be 1 a.m. for you.
2 a.m.
It's
We're 13 hours apart.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
When daylight savings time kicks in again over here, but in any case, it's a timing issue because Earl's got a show a couple hours after, and I've got the Sunday show at 8 local time, and you know.
All right. Well, I might just have a really late night and kill myself to watch that. Because
I
I want to
mean,
see Earl. Look,
streams do become video on demands after. You can watch it
it's
later.
not the same. It's not
It's
the
true.
same. I want to be in the audience and like hassle Earl because I mean her makeup looks fantastic in the thumbnail. Like just fantastic. I love it. So yeah, I wanna do that. So get ready. I'm going to bomb your stream. You watch out. Actually, while I'm at it, hey, talk about something cool, and I'm gonna see if who I can throw this to, kind of thing.
Oh
If
yeah,
anybody,
that's an idea. Who's
you know,
who's we
praise the Yam is live. I am not throwing to him because that was so rude and obnoxious. Should be ashamed of himself.
I don't think he knows. He's a religious person. He doesn't know what shame is.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that was below the belt. I have to admit, we do know some decent religious people, like
That's true.
Disciple
Hey,
Day is a great
well,
person.
Donnie came in and he didn't do that
Yeah,
crap. Like,
and
come
Donnie
on,
wasn't
he
a
was
dick.
fine. He disagreed with people. He had arguments with people. That's okay. We can challenge each other. It's just,
yeah,
you know,
yeah. And
coming in
P-Town
and doing
swung
that
by,
crap.
and he was confused, but he
P-Town was
wasn't
fine.
transphobic. So you know,
Correct. Yeah.
that's
So,
yeah. I'm not. I don't have. Let me try
get over
resetting and
it.
see if anything
People have
pops up.
feelings. Yeah, nothing pops up for me. I can do the Talk Heathen live stream. I guess I might as well, or the Atheist 24 live stream. If you want to go there, just let me know and chat. And I will flick your stick over there.
Looks like Phil Talk is on doing debating Prove God Exists on TikTok.
I don't think I'm subscribed to. That's Danny, isn't it?
Could be. I am so bad with names.
I don't have privileges for that one. Danny doesn't
Ah,
allow me to flick. All right, well, I won't worry about it then. But you know, Phil Talk's on if you do want to go over there. Apparently, I'm sort of, you know, persona non gratis as far as redirecting is going because Amy doesn't allow me to redirect any either, and it's sort of like, Amy, I've known you for a year. Like, come on, you can trust me. My audience is not going to be bad.
well, I don't know. You do hang around with that standing for truthful.
Oh, I do.
Of course,
hang
he
around
comes
with
on Amy's channel too. So
that Ember lady as well. I mean, can't trust them. Can't
it's
trust
true.
them.
It's true.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to call it there. Ember, you look wonderful, fantastic, and much love, everybody. Take care.
Good night, folks.